Nigeria and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
We've got just what you need right here at FemiWatch Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. Bois invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 with a refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what to call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax that if you earn more, you pay more. And if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landed revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. What do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. as they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, well, it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it. It's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money. The story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, Obviously, from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
From the early days of humanity, when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia. Using the batik techniques, Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration or in short, all celebration, ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Why some that can't afford this, they just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So, and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not...
not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's just some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African way. Even some of our brothers have brought this technique outside to show as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why what I have brought to the market is there are influx of artists going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, about people will say, people with all sorts of places. So that is how we spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you don't see it. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dark color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others. Okay. So you have to buy with caution. Today,
Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamurisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a deceased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry okpas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoron as its palace, while Eyo Oniko, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Oniko. Iga Ologede, with its green color, will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere, with its purple color, stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960, and in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Oba of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theater, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a lot.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be
be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hello and welcome to another edition of SOUQ Business Landscape, where we unpack this week's biggest stories shaping Africa's economy and global markets. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I always like to say I am surrounded, or we are the three musketeers on this table. Starting from my left, I have Chooks John Rogers. Good morning.
Good morning, Olumide. It's always nice to be here and top issues that affect us and make life better. My name is, I said it already. So for everybody out there, welcome to SBL. Let's talk.
At my right, I have Mokhtar Amin. So glad to have you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape.
All right. Don't forget that you can also like, comment, and share on SOUQ News TV. Drop your comments. We will read all your comments. Let's engage. Tell us which stories amazes you most. Have anything to share, you can drop it on our comment section. Let me give you a little bit of what we have today. Now, on SOUQ Business Landscape today, Nigeria and the United Arab Emirates, eliminate tariffs on over 13,000 products in a major trade breakthrough, as the federal government ramps up spending on roads, aviation, reform, education, and security. We also track fresh U.S. military support for Nigeria. Yes, Nigeria has received some form of military equipment from the United States. We'll track that too. New petroleum levies and rising global tensions over Greenland as Arctic geopolitics heat up. These are the stories shaping the policy, security, and economy. We'll be right back after this.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Keep hitting that like button. Drop your comments on SOUQ News TV. Let's start off with today's first story. The federal government has announced the elimination of tariffs on 6,243 products imported from the United Arab Emirates, UAE, while the UAE has removed tariffs on 7,315 Nigerian products under a landmark trade agreement. Now, the Nigeria-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, signed in January 2026, is designed to boost market access for Nigerian goods, services, and professionals across key sectors. Now, according to the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment, the deal marks a major step in deepening economic ties between both countries and promoting export diversification for Nigeria. Chooks, I think it's a win-win for us. I mean, we have the majority, 7,300. But which product or which sector do you think would benefit from this major deal?
Yet, so excuse me, we can call it a win-win, but at the end of the day, it's exactly when it now comes to specifics. For most of all these deals, everybody comes to the table with interest.
Yes.
So whose interest is protected the most? The Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, that was signed on the 13th, just a few days ago. Now, Nigeria is going to eliminate tariff on 6,243 products, while the UAE are eliminating tariff on 7,315 products. But now let's not look at numbers. Let's ask ourselves direct specifics. Immediately, Nigeria is taking off tariff on 3,949 products. Yes. That's about 60-something% of the whole lot. Then 2,294 other products tariff will be taken off over 5 years. Okay. Now, the UAE are also doing likewise, but not up to what we are taking off immediately. But now let's look at specific products. the one that concerns us the most, agricultural products.
Yes.
They want that the most. That's the UAE. Those are like staple. Put food on the table. Put value addition on this particular product. And they also can also export. Now, they've removed tariff on fish, seafood, cereals, milling products, oil seeds, live animals, meat products, fruits, nuts, raw hides and skin, the pomo that we are consuming here and we are still arguing about it up and down. Cotton, vegetable, textile fibers. Now they are removing tariff on those immediately. Now what are they not removing tariff on immediately? We are seeing cocoa preparation products. But these are major things that give us more money than this particular ones. We are also seeing, what's it called? Minerals, solid minerals, stones. And they, on their side, get most of this illegally from Nigeria. A lot of all those people that mine in most northern states, a lot of them end up in that side of the world. So, and they are not removing tariffs on those ones immediately. So these are, yes, we've gotten to a place where it will happen, but these are the products I was wishing that tariffs were taken off immediately on their own side. So that the government on this other side can say, okay, good and fine. Let's find a way of harmonizing this product here. If it's having a board, there is a cocoa board, how are they working? There is a board for some other major agricultural products here, how are they working? But let's get our sides, okay? Then now be able to export this as a nation or as private companies that directly pay tax to the federal government. Then for the solid mineral sector, we want to see harmonization and things work the way the oil industry is working. And not people telling us that there is conflict in Zamfara when we know that the conflict is because of the minerals in the ground. So is it a win-win? Yes, but we still want to see more coming out from this. We want to see more trade agreements that will favor us. 2026 promises to be a good year. It's starting well. Let's see more.
All right, coming to you, Motola. I mean, he mentioned some of the sectors, agriculture, and don't you see that this might also create jobs? This will bring in more people into it since the tariffs are going to be removed. We'll have more people exporting these things, even maybe with value-added chain or something.
Definitely, it's going to stimulate jobs. It's going to stimulate investments. It's going to stimulate even our FX. And these are the kind of partnership that we want to see. Last year, we had trade deficits with the United States because of Trump's tariff.
Yes.
And it's important that this deal is coming, right almost immediately to bring an alternative market to Nigerian exporters and investors.
Yes.
And, like Mr. Chooks rightly said, the devil is in the details. So I want to believe that the people in charge work out the detail to see that this is not a loop-sided deal, that it favors us favorably. And cocoa, for them, like some of the products are not maybe essentials. They are not as important as the agricultural products, which is like essential food and all of that. So I can understand if they still keep their tariff, at least for now, on some of these products. And, overall, this is the kind of deals that we want to see to stimulate investments and exports, and especially now that we are scrambling for all the FX that we can get. I think this is a good way to start the year.
All right, so now let's look at what UAE is importing in. Do you think that how would that affect our economy? Will local products be able to compete with what UAE is bringing in if the tariffs are being removed? How would it affect the local economy?
Yeah, definitely is going to affect us. So the only thing is we just need to encourage the government to figure out power. With power, I believe we can compete with any country in the world. If we have affordable power source to power our industries, we'll be able to compete. We have abundance of mineral resources all over the place. Our people are very hardworking people, and our people are very, very talented people. So with power, we'll be unstoppable and we'll be able to compete. Competition is inevitable at the end of the day. whether they bring it into our country or they export it to other countries, our product will still go to the world to compete with other products of the world. So it's better that we equip ourselves to be able to favorably compete with other clients in the world. And I'm confident in Nigerian products. I believe with power and government monitoring and standardizing our products, we'll be able to compete with.
But do you think we should be bringing in more product instead of encouraging local production? Don't you think it would affect us by the long? I mean, Nigeria has been flooded with a whole lot of things, and not to mention the fact that Nigerians have this insatiable desire to consume foreign products.
I agree with you, and that is why, like I said, if government can improve on power and other sectors to help our industry to compete favorably, local industries will survive. But you have to give something to get something. We have trade, like I said, deficits with the United States last year because of the tariff. Those products needs to go elsewhere. So, and if it needs to go elsewhere, if this is the price that we need to pay, so be it. Like I said, I just hope that it is well negotiated and is not loop-sided. If that is done, then we have to compete with other countries of the world. We have to. We cannot run from the competition forever. The only thing is within our shores, our indigenous industries should be protected and should be supported.
All right, now, Chooks, coming to you. China also gave us a deal. I mean, trade with your currency. We would accept your currency. This deal compared to what China gave us, which do you see is more favorable? And second question, don't you think it's better if we trade among ourselves, I mean African countries, than trading with the United Arab Emirates?
Well, they are all markets. Every market is a possible means of making money. So we can't jettison one or favor the other. Even though you look at, okay, where do you have more comparative advantage? Where do you spend more in logistics? Who is most likely going to be your long-term partner? Africa.
Yes.
So that's easier for us. Now, let's go back before I come to that particular question. We're looking at, if you go to most of our department stores, a lot of them are operated by either Arabians, Lebanese, from that side. If you look at the products there, a high percentage of the fast consumer goods products are coming from the Arab world, even if they are made by international companies, which means those companies are in their country.
Domiciled there.
Yes. So now what are they looking for from us? They are taking our raw product, our primary product, to service those companies and bring back the finished products to us. If you see, if you just follow the chain. So on their own side, they have their side covered. This is what we want. We need raw materials for this particular industries. Now let's ask ourselves that same question. Because Nigeria goes into a lot of these bilateral agreements, a lot of these policies, and at the end of the day, it does not favor us. Because yes, the government have gone into them, but the citizenship and the business community, are we taking advantage of these opportunities? Do they even know that these opportunities exist? Typical example, AGOA. How many people, how many small-scale farmers, snail farmers, potato farmers, yam farmers were able to take advantage of AGOA? That's the question we should ask ourselves. How easy did the government make it for anybody to be able to export tomatoes to the US? The policies that they have over there that will stop me from being able to access that market, even with the AGOA, how did the government try to make sure that it favored us? So aside from signing most of all these agreements, how are we as a people going to make sure that it favors our business community and our people? These are things that we need to sort out on our own, because whoever you're signing an agreement, that's not his business. His business is to cover his own side. So we need to cover our own side. Now let's also look at craftsmen. The Arab world, I won't say import, but their doors are open to a lot of craftsmen. United Arab Emirates, Dubai and Co. A lot of Indians are there doing major works in construction, in road and all that stuff. The same thing with a lot of Nigerians. Now, this particular agreement, to what extent has it opened the door for Nigerian craftsmen to get work over there with less stress and be able to repatriate their monies? These are things we also need to talk about in this sort of agreement. Now, talking about the market you were talking about. Now, the Chinese yuan dollar naira swap deal, it's been on for over 4 or 5 years. China proposed it to us.
Yes.
They also made a deposit of dollars to cover all that. But now, the same question we're asking, how many traders in Balogun is very close to us here? And they deal with China on daily basis. How many of them here know that they can deal directly with their naira without contacting Abdullahi, that is across their shop, to change dollar for them to send to Bruce Lee in China? So these are questions that we need to really start asking ourselves and the people in government. These are our trade deals. How are we implementing it to favor the businesses? Not just waiting for a Costaris or waiting for an Adenuga or waiting for a Dangote to be the one to benefit from those deals. He's just one business person compared to the larger chunk of people that can benefit from those kind of deals. Then also looking at the last one, African market. We have the AFTA, the African Free Continental Trade Agreement that we signed. Now, a lot of questions need to be asked. How are we opening up our own business market, individual business people, to take advantage of it? Not just, we have to, now, there is a different thing between government conferences, those boardrooms and every single thing. We have to bring it down to the person that is sand-filling rubber, the person that is producing the tomato paste, the person that is farming yam in Boko. We have to bring it down so that they can know this is the next step I can take. This is who I can offload to. This is how I can get my money. This is where, these are specific information that we all need to start looking for how to channel them to who needs it, who is selling, who is buying. That way, in the long run, we know that there's a process in place for your own people to benefit from all these agreements. And at the end of the day, the government will work because they will get the tax from the people and the business. All right, finally, Mokhtar Amin, how does this even align with our Nigeria First policy? And we've been advocating for that. Do you think it's running opposite of what we are clamoring for?
It's like a policy somersault in a way, because if some of the products that are getting waivers are produced locally, then is a policy somersault, because you are bringing an unjust competition to your local industries. But beyond that, I feel like the federal government, I mean the governments in general, both at the federal level and the subnationals, are supposed to champion the Nigerian First policy.
Yes.
Everything that are purchased with public fund should be products produced within our shores, starting from vehicles for our government officials, even the president. The president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria should be the #1 ambassador of Nigerian products. He should be driving a made-in-Nigerian car.
We will get there.
To start with. And then other people will follow suit.
Definitely.
From the National Assembly to state governors to commissioners and then to local governments. Because the other day we were reading the budget allocation for cars for SOUQ.
Yes.
Imagine that money goes into one of our local manufacturers.
Construction companies.
You know, local manufacturers of vehicles. So, you know, it's going to be a whole lot, and it's going to save us a lot of FX as well.
Definitely.
Part of the major consumption of our FX is vehicles. So imagine all the vehicles that we purchase are locally made. Like we see in all the countries that we want to be like America, for example.
Yes.
From their president to all the police cars are all American cars. So Nigerian First policy, we cannot continue to tell Nigerians to, buy made in Nigerian goods, buy made in Nigerian goods, then we pay tax, and then you use our tax to buy German cars, buy American cars or Japanese cars. It doesn't sit well. So we have to practice what we preach and walk the talk.
All right, let's move on to the next story for today. The federal government has proposed spending 3.23 trillion naira on the construction and rehabilitation of federal roads in the 2026 budget, signaling a major boost for transport infrastructure. Now, this marks a 489% increase over the 548.56 billion naira allocated in 2024, reflecting the government's push to complete a long overdue highways and fix critical corridors across the country. Now, this sharp rise in allocation underscores a renewed fiscal priority on road infrastructure as this administration seeks to address decades of neglect and ease the movement of goods and people nationwide. This is a welcome idea. Construction, road construction. I mean, it will ease transportation, it will ease the transaction of goods and services. But how transparent? I mean, I remember the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. I think it took almost more than 10 years for just that place to be completed. What do you say about this? Do you think that, this 2020, within the, let's say 4 years, given the 4 years, let's give it 4 years, maximum.
Okay, 3.32 trillion in the 2026 budget for road construction, rehabilitation, and fixing. Okay, there are major things as a people we have not taken serious, and that is one, project timeline, and after service for whatever product any contractor or any construction firm is putting down. Maintenance. You talked about the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. We both know that a lot of these projects, either money were released through different quarters or the people that were constructing it were not plain. We just know that things just did not work out thanks to corruption. But let's face some facts. Why do we have roads constructed and in less than a year we have to start fixing them? Who have we held accountable or called out as a people? It doesn't matter the road. Be it federal, be it state, be it local government. Local governments are even worse. Quality of product, quality of construction, that's always an issue. Then we have the problem of overuse. You get to some particular trunk A roads and you are seeing traffic on that road on a regular basis. It should not happen. But these are happening because there are no alternatives. Why should there be every single day thousands of trucks carrying goods from Lagos to Asaba, to Benin, to the east, to the north? It's wrong. What happened to the railways? These are major alternatives that should carry heavy duty loads, but they are always on the road. So the road will not last. But we are not paying attention to that because some set of cabals, if we put it, are the ones that own the trucks. And at the point in time, they control the railway. So one has to go down for the other. We have to be able to deal with these things directly. If this administration is constructing railways, good and fine, let's complete them. And it's not a social service. Even if they might not make profits, exorbitant profit, but at least it's not a social service. Let's have alternatives to the road. The road will become less burdened. They will last longer. And if we are giving any contract for any road construction or maintenance, there should be a timeline that if you don't meet it, you refund. But politics is always in the mix.
Now, I like to ask, what's the difference between road maintenance and rehabilitation? Can one be done without the other? Road maintenance without rehabilitation.
Now, road maintenance is supposed to be in the contract with the construction itself. And it's supposed to be, okay, good and fine, you're constructing this road, it's going to last 50 years, you're going to maintain that road for 50 years. So it's part of the agreement in the construction. Now, after that 50 years, whatever happens is now rehabilitation. But now we don't see that happening. On this side, it's different. An administration comes and says we are constructing Lagos to Ibadan. The next administration comes and says we are constructing Lagos to Ibadan. So it just means for sometimes getting money for the next campaign.
And if you look at it, Third Mainland Bridge, it has become a regular thing yearly. It was supposed to have been done last year.
Sometimes it's not even more than yearly. twice in a year. So we ask ourselves, okay, what exactly were we doing the last time? But since the last maintenance, we hope we don't want to hear anything about it until they tell us the time frame. Okay, what we did is going to last for 10, 8 years. But these are not the things that we are told. We need to save money. We don't have the money that we are spending. Let's be specific to ourselves. We don't have those monies.
All right. Coming to you, Mokhtar Amin. It's a good one. It's a good initiative, road construction. Which particular road do you think should be of more important? I mean, we still have the coastal Calabar road there. We hope that in 4 years it should be completed. We hope also not to borrow any more money to complete that. But which of the roads do you think should be focused on? Or which area, which geopolitical zone?
I don't think this is a good initiative.
Okay.
And this is a model that's not worked in most places. The model that works is what we used to have before 1999, which is toll the roads and leave the maintenance of the road to the people that they are concession to. The only problem with that is if it is done with bureaucracy, when you concession roads to people that don't have the capacity because you are related to them or, it's not done based on merit. Our money should be put into railing this country. Everywhere should be railed to move people in mass, to move goods and services in mass. Our money should be put into security. We are largely under-policed. A lot of investments will come in if we can secure ourselves, if we can police ourselves. A lot of investments will come in. As for existing roads, concession these roads to people that have the money and have the technical know-how to do it. And we monitor them. They are not doing well. You take back the road. The biggest economies in the world, they don't budget for road every budget cycle. It is not sustainable. The loans that the past administration took to do Lagos to Ibadan and various roads, East-West Road, Second Niger Bridge, the loans are still there. They are not paid for. And those roads are being dilapidated right now. And we are going to take more loan to fix the road that even the principal that we used to is not paid for. Then we want to borrow more money to, is not sustainable.
But if you say we should put a toll, how would you explain to an ordinary citizen who pays tax that you have to pay to apply this road? Remember Lekki toll gate, remember the other toll gates
so
after
the
Lekki?
Lekki toll gate case is a model that worked. It's a model that worked. I used to apply that road when it's being tolled, and I apply it now. I know the difference. When that road was being tolled, it was a very, very smooth road. There is walking traffic light on that road throughout the stretch. There are AA rescue team on that road. If your car breaks down, they tow it to your mechanic for free. When the traffic is blocked, they have their own staffs that move the traffic. We can argue about how much they take. Maybe it should be reduced. But it's a model that worked. That infrastructure was built with private money, which means we can do more. So imagine if you engage 10 of Lekki consortium to build infrastructures like that within the states. They built the Ikoyi Link Bridge. They built that Lekki-Epe Express. They could have built more roads that we need. If we didn't stop that model, maybe Lagos to Calabar Express could have been taken by another company, and we will not need to borrow to build it. That is how infrastructure is being built in the best economies in the world. It's something that is working. And within the city, you can give exemptions to school buses, to public transport, to essential workers, government workers. You can give them a sticker that they pass for free, just like police cars, they have their stickers that make them pass for free. We can give those exemptions, but we need to pay for these things. And most of the roads that are going to be tolled, I'm not saying toll the entire road. everywhere. Strategic roads, especially interstate roads.
Okay.
Tow it. And when you tow it, you can either give discounts to public transport or exemption. You know, we find a way to make it work. But that is a model that can work beyond, hold on, sorry to cut you, beyond even maintaining this infrastructure. They bring security. For example, if I'm in charge of a particular road, I'll put CCTV there. I'll put my staff there. That's a form of security.
Okay.
So, and people will argue that, oh, it's going to bring burden to Nigerians. What is the practicality of it? If I'm driving from Lagos to Ilorin, I will give people, I don't want to mention him, I will give people money on the road before I get to Ilorin. I'll spend like 3,000-5,000. That is not going to government pocket, that is going to, in form of bribe. And with all my papers complete with everything, if not, I'll just be delayed for nothing. They'll start looking for expiry date on my tires. They'll start asking for, you know, everybody knows that if you are traveling by road 4-5 hours, you have money, 3,000-5,000, that you give on the road.
But having them on the road is some form of protection also.
But if that money is better, I prefer that money is better used to maintain the road that is being plied so that it can be safer and it can be good. So I don't have to fix my car because I travel from Lagos to Ilorin. And this is a model that works. Not everybody travel. You see people live in Lagos for 10 years. They don't need to travel to Ibadan. And there's rail. There's the rail. So if we are borrowing any money right now, it should be put into rail and security. We should not continue to borrow money to build road. For Lagos to Calabar Express, I like that the government is already thinking in that direction. They already have various companies that want to take over the road, pay government whatever they've spent, and even complete the rest of the stretch. That is a model that can work. That is a guaranteed model that can work. So it means every express that we have in Nigeria, we now even employ people because it becomes a company.
All right, so let's look at a model that did not work. If you also remember, before interstate, we had tolls.
Right.
And the roads were terrible.
Right.
Did it work?
Exactly. In my submission, I said the only problem is when it is done with bureaucracy.
Okay.
And without proper monitoring. To the best of my knowledge, when we return to this democracy dispensation, the then President, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, he tried to review the contract because of this problem, because the concession was not working. Some of the roads were bad. But the contract that these companies had with the federal government was ironclad, was very tight, that it could not wiggle a negotiation. That is why he scrapped the arrangement altogether, because it was unable to negotiate to say, oh, if you are not delivering on your mandate, how do we? It was a bad contract. So he scrapped it altogether as a military man because he could not wiggle around the contract. So, and it's been 25 years after now, we need to go back to that. Lagos to, from the Epe axis into Ogun State, there's a road there that is towed. People are applying it. I thought there is going to be a big protest, but I've not seen any noise. And people that apply it, they feel like they are getting value for the money they are paying for that too, because the road is very, very good. If the road is good and secured, 500 naira, 300 naira, 700 naira to pass through the road that is safe and secured is a good deal, because a bad road can set you back 200,000, 150,000 in car repairs. Not to talk of how much it will set you back if you are kidnapped by kidnappers. So if I'm paying 500 naira as toll, and there will be cameras on Lagos to Ibadan that is manned, and there are people everywhere, there is a rescue team, if my car breaks down, that can tow my car back to Lagos for free. I feel like it's a good deal. I feel it's a good bargain for my 500 naira, 1,000 naira.
All right, what do you think about this, SOUQ? Do you think it's a good idea if we go back to tolling?
Yes, let me borrow a line from what he said about the Ekwe toll. I used to ply that route when traveling. You literally would spend over an hour, 30 minutes if you know the route very well. Just between Ekpe and before you get to the Shagamu-Bini Express. That short stretch. As if you know the route well, you spend about an hour, 30 minutes. If you don't know that route well, you spend over 2 hours just navigating through potholes, getting into dirt road, and looking for a bush path to pass. But I think it's the Ogun State government, or both of them just came to, whoever did, and they turned that into a double lane. Then after like over a year before that toll gate came, and that stretch will take you less than 30 minutes. It depends on how you drive. Way less than 30 minutes to get to that express. So if they tow it, I will say thank you. If we follow this pattern, a lot of things will work. The Lekki side of it now, that road is somehow in a mess compared to what used to be before. Because there was a toll and somebody was responsible for that stretch of road. There was security, no matter what. If you're not a night person, you know accidents happen on that road. Because by the time you wake up in the morning, that road is as clear as it was when you crossed the previous day. But accidents happen on that road every night because of the way people are saying good road, and there are a lot of clubs on that side too. But it's just a matter of minutes. And there is somebody there to rescue you, somebody there to help you. Even if you just park and you don't have anything doing, somebody will just say, are you okay? So we need to get to that particular point where our roads are that safe and that good. But we need derails like yesterday.
I don't know whether you saw a video. I believe it should come to fruition. There's this proposed underground road.
Okay, for Lagos, going through the waters.
The waters.
Okay, is one thing to dream.
Is it achievable?
There's nothing that can be achieved as long as you can dream it. It's one thing to dream, it's one thing to have a vision, then put it to work. I don't know which year that is going to come, but somebody has started dreaming. Dreaming is free.
So why do you think the government should prioritize more on rail than roads? Do you think they are looking into that direction? Do you think they see the economic benefits, how it will benefit traders and marketers?
They have to see it. They definitely have to see it. If this administration is looking for a $1 trillion economy, we can't do it without the rails.
And security.
We cannot do it. Somebody has to move agricultural product. Someone has to move product from the port. The roads cannot do it. So you imagine emptying an entire ship load and it's getting to the north. So now wait for 50 trailers or 100 trailers to start moving goods from Apapa to Sokoto. Whereas one particular rail engine can move that whole thing and come back. So if we are looking for industrialization aside power, aside security, the rails must work.
The rails must work beside road construction. Let's move on to our next story. The Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development has earmarked 7.46 billion naira in the 2026 budget for technology upgrade, staff training, and safety reforms. The funds will support the automation of key operations, including registry system, library services, and performance management tools, according to the 2026 appropriation bill. Key projects include a hybrid audio-visual system, e-library digitization, enterprise content management, and a statistical database aligned with sustainable development goals. Coming to you, Chooks, what do you think? I mean, we seem to be having a whole lot in the 2026 budget, and it seems to be like, I mean, we're on the right path. I mean, if we can
the question should be, are we on the right path? There are profit-making organizations. There are profit-making ministries. There are profit-making agencies of government. Aviation should be one of them.
Yes.
Good. So if this particular budget is not what they made and taken back from federal government, then I'll say no. The blue economy should make whatever their budget is. I don't ever open my mouth and talk about customs because I know they make their money. Whether they make it complete or don't make it complete, they make their money. So whatever budget that government puts on behalf of Ministry of Internal Affairs, I don't have a problem with that. But every of these ministries that are not social service related should be able to make their budget. So at the end of the day, if government gives you back that budget, I have no problem. So they should now tell us, okay, 2025, this was what we put in government coffers. That is where we want to see. That is where we should be going to as a people.
So apart from ticket sales, which other avenue do you think they can also...
Ticket sales is a list of it. Is the list of it. There is no tourism without aviation.
Yes.
There is no mall... There are no mall services in airports without aviation. A lot of hotels are directly linked with the airports around the world. What are the ones in Nigeria?
One or two.
Everybody that has a lease on an aircraft, they park somewhere.
Yes.
So there are a whole lot. The airspace is not free. Anybody selling a drop of aviation fuel in Nigeria, planes that are not even coming here use this place as a transit. It's not free. So of all this, what have they put in government coffers? Before you now tell us what you want.
Coming to you, Mukhtar, I mean, what do you think about this? Is it a good one? Is it a good initiative? SOUQ said they should be making, I mean, what they are collecting.
Yeah, they should be making what they are collecting. And last year they spoke about setting up a maintenance plant or maintenance facility where airlines don't need to travel all the way to Europe to service their aircraft. I want to see that come to fruition because it's going to reduce the running cost of our local airlines. And beyond that, even regionally, we can see airlines from Ghana, Togo, and the rest come to Nigeria to get this service, which is going to help us generate revenue. Like he's saying, we want to see a world-class aviation school to train pilots and other people within that industry in Nigeria. That will also generate revenues for us. So we shouldn't just be spending all the money on... These are very, very important facility, I must say, to bring our airports to global standards in terms of security and functionality. But we need to look beyond that and look at how we can generate revenue. For as long as I can remember, airlines have been screaming about how they need to fly to Europe every 6 months to service their private jets, how they need to send some of their pilots for refresher courses in South Africa and sometimes in Europe. So these are the things that we need to be looking at as a country to fix. Not just for ourselves, but even within the sub-region, so we can bring a solution to and generate money and keep some of our FX here. You know, those are what I would like the minister to look into. I know the conversation come up. I hope it is in the budget and there will be budget provision for it to actually be executed.
All right, thank you very much. Before we go on a break, let's take this one more story. Nigerian states allocated a combined 525.23 billion naira to security votes and related operations between 2023 and 2025, according to a budget analysis from Open State, a budget-supported platform tracking government spending. Now, the funds drawn from official state budget documents were earmarked to bolster internal security, yet questions persist about transparency and impact as many citizens continue to face widespread insecurity and violence across the country. Now, experts and civic groups have repeatedly raised alarm over the opaque nature of security vote spending, often excluded from formal audit and legislative scrutiny, making it difficult to assess whether the allocations have led to improved outcomes on the ground. SOUQ, it was former Governor Wike who came out one time to say, go and ask your state governors what they are doing with security votes. A lot of Nigerians didn't even know what security votes was, but when Wike said that, I mean, it opened a whole lot of canister or can of worms that we found out that some collect as much as billions for security votes.
All of them, not some.
All of them. And you begin to wonder. I mean, yes, we talk about the federal government not being able to tackle insecurity, but if these governors are getting these larges, what are they doing with it?
Yeah, 525 billion over that period. There is a problem with this figure.
Incorrect?
It's not correct. not correct at all. Nothing near is not. This is too small. It's way past this. If they said this for a state, I would say yes.
Even for a state, it's small.
For a state over that period, no. Now, this money is, like we said, let's be specific. They are not accounted for. Nobody tells them to sit down and tell me how you spend this money.
That's the only part of the budget that you don't have to give an account of.
So let's ask a question. Lagos State has a security trust fund. And in that security trust fund, what happens? People are happy. Businesses are happy to donate. Why? Because at the end of the day, they know that no matter what product they are moving around Lagos, nobody will stop and their truck will get missing. You've not heard that the Dangote truck carrying diesel got missing before. You've not heard that a vessel that was moving disappeared in the high sea around Lagos. Because what? They know what they are doing. And they are contributing to make sure that the security within their borders and close borders close to them is okay, so that businesses here will not run. So someone now asks me, why are we drilling oil in Bayelsa and the headquarters of the companies in Lagos? Now you know. For every other state, all of them, let's ask them this particular question. What have they been doing with that security vote? Because it is way more than 525 billion over this period of time. What have they been doing? Why should Zamfara have a security vote? Why should Borno have a security vote? Why should Nasarawa have a security vote? Why should Benue? Every one of them, why should they have a security vote? If, as we speak right now, people cannot sleep safely in their homes. So of what use is that security vote they've been collecting over the years? It still boils down to electing people that should not even be. Somebody will ask the question, if that your governor happens to be the chairman of your company, will you appoint him? They are not taking responsibility for their states. And they will always want to pass the buck to the federal government. So this needs to stop. We need to keep asking them that this should stop. They are definitely not spending this on security.
Coming to you, Mokhtar, what's your thought on this? Why is it largely unaudited?
Is the provision of the Constitution, because security is very, very sensitive. So I can understand if you don't want people to know what you are spending money on to secure your state.
Do you agree?
Understandable. I agree.
Okay,
I agree, but the problem is the state is not secured.
I'm Nigerian. I'm not a U.S. citizen. But I can tell you the United States security budget. And I can tell you what they are spending on. Even if they will not...
I disagree.
They will not tell me this. No.
Hold on. Their defense department has not been able to account in 10 years.
They will not tell me the specifics.
Yes.
I don't know if you understand. They will not tell me the specifics. Never. But I know that they are spending this amount of billions.
You have made a good argument.
I don't know if you understand.
I understand what you're saying. You've made a good argument. And like I always say, the Constitution is a living document.
Okay.
So you just need to make your argument to the representative that is representing you that, okay, this is what I want. And he's going to bring it up at the National Assembly. And if other people buy your idea, are thinking in the same direction, then maybe they can put some level of clarity to security vote and how governors spend it with, they can redact some things, but, we can do that.
But with so much secrecy around this security votes, how can we even hold governors? How can we hold them accountable that you got this money? What are you doing with it if there's so much secrecy around it?
Security is always a secret business.
But you can see the impact.
But banditry is not a secret business.
But you can see the impact. You can feel it. Compare Lagos to some other states.
Yes,
safety.
The Lagos model is working. There's no doubt about that. And we know what they are doing, and it's not in secret. How much they are spending, maybe we don't know, but we know what they are doing. They created the RRS, Rapid Response Squad. If you're in Lagos, it's so big that you think it's a national program. It's a Lagos program. RRS is only in Lagos, and they equip the program with trucks, police vehicles, bulletproof police. There are some of the federal police that are serving in Lagos State. This is what they are doing.
Not just Lagos, some other states, some state governments.
You know, they build police stations too. They build stations and substations. They don't wait for the federal government to say, oh, we need a station here. The state build it with their security trust fund. So we see what they are doing. And we can only hope that other states can start to emulate, especially the big five, which is the Ogun State, the River States, the Delta States, the Cross River States, even Edo and Bayelsa. These are the states that have huge budgets, crossing the trillion threshold as far as Nigeria goes. So we can only continue to encourage them and tell their citizens to demand better governance, better protection, and better accountability from the administrators to say, okay, this is what Lagos is doing. Everybody, almost all the states in Nigeria are copying the tax system in Lagos to generate revenue. They are copying some of the programs in Lagos that benefit them, that bring money into the coffers of the states. But why are they not emulating the security apparatus? Before state police topic becomes very, very heated, Lagos find a way to create LASMA and Neighborhood Watch.
Neighborhood Watch, yes.
LASMA has reduced the pressure on police to be passing traffic. So you barely see a policeman in Lagos passing traffic. Police focus on security in Lagos because LASMA is there to pass the traffic. And then they have Neighborhood Watch to complement what the police is doing in terms of information and data gathering and sharing of information. So other states can do this. In other states, you find out that about 20% or 30% of the police are taking care of the VIPs. Then another 20%, they are passing traffic. Then you have another 20%, they are in office. So the only people that are securing the state is 30%. So how can that be effective? They are overstretched.
What about our local security network? The Amotekuns, Bibuagos, and the rest?
Amotekun are mostly for outskirts. As far as I know them, I don't really see them operating within the metropolis.
Yeah,
they are usually in the outskirts, the forest community, and So, but in Lagos, for example, within the neighborhood, you see Neighborhood Watch, and I like the way they operate. Like, you just see them; they sit with people in the community. It's almost like they are getting salary for nothing. They just sit there and they are just listening to conversations. And then they ride bicycle here, and then they even, they have bicycles, they have motorcycles, and things happen. They get an information, people get picked up immediately. Within 24 hours, within 48 hours, things happen. People now even trust to give them information than going to the police station. When people have information that can help security, they go to the Neighborhood Watch. They give them, they process the information, they give the police, and actions and steps are taken within 24, 48 hours, 72 hours, things happen. So people trust them because they are from the neighborhood and they don't carry arms, they don't bear arms. So the argument of state governments clamoring for them to be able to have a police that can bear arms is, we can start from where the law permits them, like what Lagos is doing. Have your own security network, train them on information gathering and information sharing with the police, and reduce the burden on the federal police. They shouldn't be passing traffic. When security is this tense, we should not see federal police passing traffic. We should not see federal police carrying bags for wives of politically exposed people and the elites. So we have civil defense, we have elite guard, we have legion, we have so many other security and agencies that bear arms that can do some of those things. The federal police, they are well trained. A lot of money have been invested in their training. Whether they follow the training, whether all of them follow the training or not is a different argument. But a lot of money is being invested on these people. So they should not be carrying bags. We cannot invest that so much money to train people to protect us, and then we bring them to the level of, even during the Dirty December, you see foreigners come to this country, and you see Nigerian police opening car doors for them to come in, and you put it on TikTok. It still happened in this December. There are videos that can show you. They are on TikTok. So the whole world just see Nigeria as a place where you go, and with $100, you have a police to yourself that will be opening your doors. That is, we have become a country of, of comedy. So, and state governors, the IG cannot monitor all the police in the 36 states. It's practically impossible. I've not seen anywhere where that is being done. State governors should put an eye on some of these things. They need to be able to have people that can report to the IG, take names of police officers and send to the IG. Is this a legal duty to be following a Lagos body, like they call them, or IJGB? Is this what you are doing with the police when this local government is not safe? In some communities in this country, a community of 20,000 to 50,000 people, maybe only 8 policemen are assigned to that community, and one Lagos body can have 2 mopo in Lagos. There are videos. It's not allegedly. If I go on TikTok, I will give you 50 different videos of different people with armed police officers, and there are communities that don't have police stations at all.
Thank you very much.
But you know the police is...
Add this one to it. Okay. We often refer to every governor as the chief security officer of the state. But literally they do not command that authority. They cannot. So, but if you look at Lagos, Lagos established a whole lot of things. Like Motaz mentioned, a couple of you equipped the police officers, established the neighborhood watch. What is Kwara doing? What is Ondo State doing? What is Benue State doing? What are all these other states that have unrest and insecurity? What are they doing with the security votes that they're collecting?
If I can answer that question, I'll be the richest man this morning. If I can give a direct, correct answer to that question. Dangote will be looking for me to borrow. Right now, we know that they're not doing things right. They're just not doing something right. Because if they are doing something right, they won't have the amount of unrest and criminality happening in their states the way it is happening right now. And also, we have governors that are on paper the chief security commander or chief security officer of their state, but in reality they are not. They don't even have command over the police commissioner in their state. And we need these things to change. These are, like Mukhtar will say, is a constitutional problem. Yes, it is, but we need these things to change. These are questions we now get to also ask governors that are present now and those that came before them. Why have they not, as a whole, as a collective, come together to question this? So we look 25 years ago, 25, from Obasanjo's era till now. All those governors, why have they on their own not come together to question this? Is it that it's a responsibility issue? They don't see themselves responsible enough to be the chief security officer of the state. That is what it is. So they would prefer to leave that burden to the federal government so that there is somebody to blame when they are incapable of doing their jobs. But if we get to a place whereby if you are a governor and you cannot secure your state, we don't wait for the next election. I don't know if you understand. Take out those immunity clauses. Things will start happening. If you're a governor and you, permit my words, don't get scared, and you go ahead and sleep with somebody else's wife or sleep with your secretary in the United States, you lose your job as a governor. I mean, am I saying... They even resign. You don't even need to do that. You will, they will fire you. I don't know, this is things that we think, what does it mean? I'm an African. No. But you are a governor. and criminals are ransacking your state, that's enough to fire you because you are incompetent. But we see it as normal. We'll look for federal government to blame. They are not taking their responsibility.
And may I add that the security challenges that we have has a direct correlation, direct straight line to underdevelopment and poverty. Now, if you look at the insecurity map, you find out that these people are operating in thick forests where there are no good road networks and where there are not GSM reception, there are not network, there's no internet. So number one, from some places in the north, you have to drive or travel 2-3 hours to be able to even use your phone to report that this thing is happening. That is one. Secondly, there are no good motorable roads for even rescue team to come and get you. So if we look at all these states that is happening, and the reason why Southwest is the most secured place in this country is because it's the most developed place. So there's a direct correlation with underdevelopment in all of these states. With all the money that they are getting, most of these governors still focus on the capital city, do 1 or 2 roads, and pay a lot of money to TV networks to advertise their charade achievements. They are not developing the rural areas. And by not developing the rural areas, leaving them for poverty, they are directly grooming people to go into criminal activities for kidnapping because they have been abandoned. And secondly, those areas where there are no motorable roads, there are no network, there's no development, it becomes a safe haven for kidnapping and banditry to strive because it's like a dark spot. Sometimes these things happen 6-7 hours is not being reported because it's a dark spot. There's no way they can call out. I've seen villages where bandits will come and they will operate for 8 hours and nothing will happen. Nobody will know. They will be there, sit down, eat, take their time before they leave. So if the governors are saying they don't have the power to build their own police or army with guns, if they develop these areas, they make development go there by citing critical infrastructure. For example, if you pick any rural area and you cite a nursing school, aviation school, whatever there, development automatically comes and that place becomes safe.
Not to burst your bubble, but a defense college was attacked at some point, and well,
that is an anomaly. That is a once in a. But if we look at how many times,
what about prisons?
In recent time, prisons are usually at the outskirts too. In recent time, how many times have we seen a capital city or a developed city being attacked? You can look at the news. I can tell you that 99% of the attacks are in remote villages. Go and check it.
But citing schools in those particular places will not also be of high priority right now because the students there will be the target for this criminal.
He's going to bring development there.
He's
going to open it up.
Let something else open it up.
Yes.
Not the target.
Whatever it is, if you build a critical infrastructure there, investment will go there. I'll give you an example. If,
they can build a police college there.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, if you build a police college, what you will immediately see is that people will bring their money to start building hostel. Somebody will come and build pure water factory. Okay. Somebody will come and build filling station. And there goes development. Yeah. And once the number of the people in that cluster hits the 1,000, then the network is coming to site a mast because now there is a market for them.
The federal government is supposed, as we speak right now, supposed to be putting up telecommunication facilities in every local government. And the money has been borrowed. and the money should be available to do that.
It's ongoing.
So we want to see it happen.
It's
and not
ongoing
in metropolitan cities.
All right, I think we're due for a break. When we come back, we'll take some social media comments. Stay tuned. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Drop your comments and like and share. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
SOUQ Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfare Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The SOUQ Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
To first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's start off with the next story. Now, the United States has delivered a new batch of military supplies to Nigeria, deepening defense cooperation between both countries amid ongoing counter-terrorism and internal security efforts. Now, the update was confirmed Tuesday by U.S. Africa Command AFRICOM via its official X handle. The support reflects sustained American military engagement with Nigeria as the country battles terrorism, insurgency, and transnational crime across its northern and central regions. So we have gotten new equipment, regardless of the Tucano jets that was paid for. I don't know how many we've acquired now, but how long, or how well would this go in fighting fighting terrorism rather, and insurgency?
We have a strategic relationship with the U.S. when it comes with military training and hardware, both supply and aid. And they've been giving Nigeria aid for a very long time. So when the shift with the trade issues with China came up, a lot of people were wondering why the U.S. were angry. They've been investing here, and you can't make them second partners and put China ahead. So there's a whole lot of issues that also propped up the quarrel with Trump and the tariff and all that stuff. If you look, wherever the tariff went, was U.S. seeing that their interest was not priority in your country. So that's something that happened here in Nigeria. So if they have come back to say, okay, good and fine, let's resume our military relationship and aid, that's good for us. But we really need to know specifics. We might not know specific as in what they are giving the military, but we need to know specific as in what is it going to cost us. There is no free lunch. Never has been, never will be. So what exactly are we signing off? On the Tucano issue, 2018, 12 Tucano jets were supposed to be bought. $329 million was what it cost us. As we speak right now, there's still a whole lot of questions that need to be asked on those particular jets. How many have we gotten? I remember very well the United States had to put a stop to that particular deal. And they also now said, okay, let's go ahead and get this deal done. But as we speak right now, we need to go back to the tables and seek answers to those questions. Do we need the aid to fight terrorism? Definitely we do. We are not that strong in production of military hardware, even if we have a company that is trying, but right now we are not that strong. And we are surprisingly seeing the amount of arms and ammunition in the hands of these bandits. They're not bandits, they're just terrorists. I think at this point in time, questions need to be asked. Who is supplying this set of people with this kind of, be it machinery, be it guns, and every single equipment they're using? Who is supplying them? And a lot of these things happen, like the vehicles that we get to see, the gun trucks, are new ones. How are they getting here? Who is financing these things? Which countries are producing these things in the first? These are the questions we should be asking.
You know, even the United States at a point came out to say that USAID was supporting, by some way, funding some of these terrorists. They themselves said this. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that was a probe that, at the end of the day, they were probing themselves. They were not probing themselves for you. So by the time they play their politics, is internal stuff. They will resolve whatever they need to resolve. But for you, you have to take care of yourself. So Nigeria as a country, we need to ask ourselves these particular questions. Are we going to just keep quiet and let these things fetter? It's concerning right now. If we remember very well, during Obasanjo time, Boko Haram was almost completely eliminated. All what you knew was, okay, they were using IEDs and they had guns. Then they moved to bigger weapons. Then gun trucks.
Rocket launchers.
Then, as we speak, aircraft guns. As we speak right now, we see them flying drones around. And we saw a picture of an aerial vehicle at a particular camp. We should be asking questions as a people. We've kept quiet too long, and this is growing beyond what it should be on the soil of a sovereign state. No, we shouldn't accept that. Do we need aid? Yes. Are we getting as much as we want? No. But we also need to produce and use what we produce.
Good one. Coming to you, Mokhtar. Yes, Ajaokuta is supposed to be proposed as something, but we also have a weapons manufacturing company in Nigeria. But should it also be about acquiring weapons? What about training, intelligence training? Because all too well last year or early last year, there was a report that the military somehow mistakenly bombed a particular village. I mean, a lot of people question the intelligence of that. So do you think we should also focus on intelligence training?
I believe training is part of the ongoing cooperation between Nigeria and the United States. There is surveillance gadgets, border monitoring gadgets, communication equipment, and of course there is intelligence sharing, and as well as training and transfer of knowledge as well. And we, in as much as we are building our own capacity locally, there is no harm in seeking help, especially at this point, because it's very, very critical for us. So we cannot wait for when we can develop our own strength locally. We need to get strength from wherever we can to defeat this ugly situation we find ourselves. And for the United States, this is a way to exert their influence in Africa, because in the past year, China has an overwhelming influence in Africa. China is developing Africa. So many infrastructures in Africa were developed by China in the last 10, 15 years. And China has become a favorite ally for a lot of African countries. But in the area of security, where the United States is coming in now, is a strategic position for them. They are well placed to, exert their influence and, gain their interest back, because if U.S. has a strong influence on Nigeria, we all know this is about global politics, this is about global oil. We have oil installations and facility here in Nigeria. So if the insecurity here overwhelm us, it's going to affect our oil production, which is going to affect global oil price. And it's about shipping lanes, and Nigeria's security would definitely affect, the whole ECOWAS and even countries like Cameroon, our neighboring countries. So it's important that the United States, come in where they can help us. And I'm happy that the government of Nigeria are getting all the assistance that they can get. I just hope they don't get compromised in the midst of this.
You mentioned something quite interesting: intelligence sharing, intelligence gathering. If you remember all too well, UAE gave Nigeria a list of terrorism financiers. I mean, till today, we don't know what they did to it. If you also talk about intelligence sharing, when President Trump dropped the bomb in Sokoto, Nigerians came out to say, oh, it was with an assistant, there was a cooperation. So if Nigeria knew about this particular place, why didn't they do it? Why did we have to wait for Trump to drop a bomb on Christmas Day if we truly had the intelligence or the nowhere that this is where these people are?
There can be a lot of things. I don't have the security report, so I cannot say for sure. But if we look at the reports that we've been getting over the years, within the Nigerian military, there are people that are compromised.
Okay.
And there are information leakages on several occasions where, there are credible intelligence, and the troops will go to certain sites based on intelligence, and either they are being ambushed or the enemies of the state are no longer there, which shows that they are within our own troops. There are leakages of information. There are people that are being compromised. How they are going to be fished out, I don't know, but it's something that I believe the authorities should be actively working on how to fish out the compromised officers. And it goes high up. It's not just the foot soldiers. Some of the highly placed military officers are compromised, and they share credible state secrets with the enemies of the state, with the terrorists. All right,
Chooks, any last word before we take comments?
Yes, we all need to cooperate with our security services. We need, if there is any budget I want to see, is the budget of the security service units, not just the ministry, security service unit. What is going to them? What is the insurance that has been placed on the life of every security personnel in this country? I think I'm more interested in that. And also, when we go into this kind of contract, why, I'll ask this question again, why did we even go to the United States to purchase the Tucano jets in the first place? Why not go to the mother company, Brazil, and ask for it? So a whole lot of the bottlenecks of supply, not supply, equipped, not equipped, we won't be having this right now. We want to see a country that is safe. We want to see businesses grow. That is why we have this station in the first place. And we want to see you do better in 2026.
All right, to round off, a certain video went viral some weeks back last year. A soldier came out to express a bit of sadness. He talked about how he was getting 50, or how soldiers were being paid 50,000 naira, and it took the administration of President Tinubu to increase it to about 100 and thereabout. And he expressed, he actually broke it down to how much he's being left with when he sends his family and children money home and all that. But let's quickly take some comments from our social media page. We have quite a lot of them. The first one is coming in from Grace. She says, Chooks, you should know that some of these projects are done in a way that the next administration can also have something to work on. Quite interesting. She also goes on to say, also the quality is watered down so that maintenance cost or rehabilitation cost can continually be in budget. She was referring to road construction. She also referred to Amin. She said, Amin, how do you want them to make more money for themselves? Still on road construction. There she goes ahead to say, that's the issue again. Somehow we get to overdo things or neglect the main reason for such project. Tolling the road is a good one, but it should be well regulated and not overcharge the vehicles. Then we have Kuba Skills saying a very insightful conversation. Kaite saying this is a timely move. I think SBL in the morning. Then we have this one says military compromise, a high topic. So I think this is what we'll be taking for SBL today. Chooks, do you have any last words?
Yeah, just be good. Love your neighbor as yourself. So you have to learn to love yourself first. Hey, have yourself a beautiful day.
Mokhtar?
Thank you for watching SBL up to this moment. As you go by your day today, have a great day and be a good ambassador of Nigeria.
All right, it's been a pleasure staying with us on SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember to drop all your comments, like, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. Don't forget that the conversation does not stop here. I mean, from infrastructure to security, education, and shifting global alliances, we got you covered. We will break it down for you. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thank you for watching and stay with us for more updates. Bye for now.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006.
Schizophrenia is a severe mental illness that profoundly affects an individual's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Those with this illness often experience a disconnection from reality, which can be distressing not only for the individuals themselves, but also for their families and friends. The symptoms include delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thinking and speech, and abnormal motor behavior. Delusions are persistent false beliefs, often paranoid in nature, while hallucinations involve perceiving things that are not present, with auditory hallucinations being the most common. Disorganized thinking can lead to incoherent speech, and abnormal behavior may range from erratic movements to catatonia. The term schizophrenia was coined in 1911 by Swiss psychiatrist Eugen Bühler, combining the Greek words schizo, which means split, and phren, which means mind. This term reflects the fragmented thinking and mental confusion characteristics of the disorder. Schizophrenia remains a complex and multifaceted condition that can severely impact all aspects of a person's life when symptoms are acute. It has a lifetime prevalence of approximately 14.5 per 1,000 people in the UK, with variation across different estimates. It commonly emerges in late adolescence to early adulthood, with men typically showing symptoms in their late teens to early 20s and women in their late 20s to early 30s. The disorder encompasses several subtypes such as paranoid, disorganized, catatonic, undifferentiated, and residual types. Though the exact cause is unknown, genetic factors and stressful life events are believed to contribute to its onset. Challenges faced by individuals with schizophrenia include untreated negative symptoms, medication side effects, weight management issues, suicidal thoughts, substance use, and difficulties in maintaining employment. Treatment usually involves a combination of medication and counseling, with many individuals eventually experiencing significant recovery. Although preventing this illness has not been recorded, but managing symptoms is crucial for improving quality of life. An adherent to a treatment plan can help prevent symptoms exacerbation. Key precautions include avoiding alcohol and illegal drugs, as these substances complicate treatment. Regular physical activity, stress management, adequate sleep, and balanced diet, and avoiding smoking are recommended to support overall health and well-being. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
The Global Leadership Conclave Lagos has brought together policymakers, business leaders, development experts, and young innovators under one roof, all united by a common vision, transforming leadership ideals into practical action for sustainable development. Organized by the Global Lives Transformers Network in partnership with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, the event is themed Redefining Leadership for a Sustainable Future.
Global Leadership Conclave is all about bringing leaders of diverse sector and field to come together to discuss on leadership in the age of disruption, innovation, resilience, and sustainability. Here we'll come together to discuss on the ever-disruptive world that we're in now and how leaders can stay resilient, can be innovative, and then build sustainably.
Speakers at the forum include Sir Victor Walsh, Mr. Tunji Ido, Dr. Patrick Uduma, Engineer Tony Obuigwe, and others. They emphasize the urgent need for transformational leadership that bridges the gap between policy, ethics, and enterprise, particularly in developing economies like Nigeria. Discussions also centered on equipping the next generation of leaders with global competencies, integrity-driven values, and digital age problem-solving skills to drive inclusive economic growth.
Leadership is a topic that is very important for us as a nation and something that is very rare. The right type of leadership is not very common in our climate, And it's the wrong one that often hogs the limelight. So it's important that we're able to point to other models, other examples that have stood the test of time and that have helped other nations to get to where they are, and the kind of leadership we had before things went down in our nation, so that people, the young ones, can see alternatives and then they can be reset and redirected on the right path.
My presence here is to contribute to the conversation on leadership, starting with self-leadership. How can young people drive change in the society and in our environment? How can we influence positively the polity that we find ourselves? We are heading towards elections, in another 1 year. How can we make a significant impact in that system, in that process?
The conclave, holding at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs Auditorium, Kofu Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, features panel sessions, keynote addresses, and networking segments designed to strengthen collaboration between government institutions, private sector players, and civil society actors.
Yes, I think that these youth have the most amazing age, because not only have they found mentorship, they've also found role models, because I say that the quality of your mind determines the quality of your life. And the quality of information that they have can revolutionize their life, their family, and the entire nation.
Participants said the platform reflects a growing recognition and that effective leadership is the foundation of national progress and international competitiveness. Oyinpriye Krumale, SOUQ News Television.
The city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17th May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Froze, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then, upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion. In 2005, during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with SOUQ Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IATO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope, and trust in the future, Igor plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsovereign moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, this dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and based revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. but like a phoenix from the ashes, Talavera rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talavera's having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains: philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, Choiseul, based in France, topping the ranks of the Choiseul 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch or Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Igor remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Igor Charles Sanomi.
As the world navigates constant change and competing voices, the call for purposeful leadership rings louder. The Scalable Leadership Summit 2025, hosted on the Leadership Channel Consulting platform, wasn't just another conference. It was a clarion call to leaders, seasoned and emerging, to abandon short-lived titles and build the kind of leadership that endures storms, spans generations, and reshapes nations. in a compelling convergence of Africa's top-level thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and organizational trailblazers. The summit issued a bold call for enduring, values-driven leadership. Under the theme, Lead Beyond Limits, Build What Lasts, the convener, Wale Adekola, emphasized that this event is not for applause. It was engineered for lasting impact.
We're talking about leaders who are going to represent leadership, who are going to become leadership ambassadors. And that is why we are launching Scalable Niger today. So Scalable Niger for us is not just a slogan. It's something that we want to see happening in every community in Nigeria, because today every participant is going to go home with three powerful frameworks. And for these frameworks, we have the first one is the Scalable Leadership Framework. The second one is ADAPT. ADAPT model is a sustainable change system that it can use to transform any system within the organization, of course, and across institutions in Nigeria, of course, and across Africa. So these are proven and tested frameworks that we have studied, we have applied, for the past 10 years. And now we want to see all these frameworks applied in Nigerian institutions and, of course, organizations.
The summit delivered a rich blend of keynote insights and fire chat dialogues, featuring voices like Adeyemi Olayiwole, Niyi Adesanya, Tara Fela Durotoye, Honorable Adewumi Adeyemi, Professor Abraham Oshinobi, and Dr. Smith Bam, among others. The experience was further deepened by stirring spoken words, performances, and inspirational music, not merely to share leadership principles, but to ignite a deeper commitment to legacy-driven leadership in a world that is constantly evolving. Kicking off the summit was leadership strategist and keynote speaker Odeyemi Olayiwole, who emphasized the power of learning from experience. His message challenged attendees to go beyond information and seek transformation through mentorship, experience sharing, and tested wisdom.
The cheapest way to succeed in anything is to learn from someone who has succeeded in that thing. Not someone that knows about the thing alone, but someone who has been able to acquire the information and translate it to application and have results to show. And so that's why many years, in 1996, when I knew that my assignment was in the leadership space, one of the first questions I asked is, who is doing what I want to do? And who is the best at what I do? Every year I pick 3 case studies: a country, a company, and a corporate leader, every single year. And I dissect them to find out what is the secret, because success needs clues. The secret of men are in their stories. So one of the cheapest ways to succeed at anything is to find out who has succeeded at what I want to start.
Renowned beauty entrepreneur Tara Fela Durotoye, in her keynote session and during a fire chat with the convener, shared lessons from her leadership journey in building the House of Tara brand, from humble beginnings to a systemized enterprise. She spoke on navigating growth, people development, and succession planning.
What is it that I do that delivers the same outcome? What is it that makes my customers buy every time? Write it down, because you have now found a framework. Then you amplify and multiply that framework, so that every time you meet a House of Tara person, there is something about them that reminds you of the person you met in Lekki. Why? Because we have created a culture. The policies are designed to protect you, not just the company. If you don't remember everything else that I said and you are an employee here, hold the policies and embrace them in your chest. Know them by heart. If anybody says anything, you just have to know what the policies say. And all found out, if you don't have policies, what you are basically saying is that you're allowing your people to do anything.
From academia, Professor Oshinobi of Lagos Business School brought a compelling perspective on national transformation governance, innovation, and faith-based leadership.
The Nigerian paradox: we are rich in resources, yet poor in trust. True of us, bursting with talent, yet starved of opportunity. A land of faith, yet a desert. Governance is the structural foundation that enables accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. But the crisis is this: 83% of Nigerians is strong public institution. True or true? That is the basis of our problem in this country. Trust deficits.
The summit was not all talk. It was also artfully immersive, as Esosia Wilson rendered soul-lifting inspirational songs, creating moments of reflection between sessions. In an interview with SOUQ News TV, the convener emphasized the summit's depth, that it is a leadership movement committed to shaping a new breed of leaders. Participants shared their reflections, describing the summit as a catalytic experience that confronted, challenged, and compelled.
Leadership is not just a day thing, it's a daily thing. We want them to recognize 3 types of patterns. So we have encouraged them to study pattern. Number 1, pattern recognition. Number 2, pattern usage, how they can use the pattern that they're going to learn today. And number 3 is pattern creation. How can they create new patterns that they can apply in their own organization, something that is unique for them from the patterns they've recognized that they can use and also apply in their organization through wisdom.
Some people just wish to scale, but you need to be able to have a system that enables you to scale. So that's basically what I think the frameworks will do. And then from each of the speakers, so they are all coming from different, some are from the academia, the business world, which I believe that convergence will actually help to give a better knowledge and sensitization about what true scalability in business and in leadership basically is.
The second session talked about the need for leaders to appreciate their team members, and it was quite emotional when we saw 2 or 3 people shed tears of joy when they got messages from their team leaders. So for us as team leaders, we need to be very deliberate. And even the case study we did, Deep Sea, it talks about the need for us to be very deliberate. We need to know our team members. We need to know what's happening with them, and we need to leverage their strengths.
Everything rises and falls on leadership. If the leader gets it right, it trickles down to those at the middle level, at the lower level. So it's important to get it right from the root so that the fruits are good. I do a lot of case studies. So you study what has worked, what has not worked. And through my research, preparing for this summit, I discovered that we're talking about starting, scaling, and sustaining businesses. So let's study systems that have worked for up to 1,000 years and more. And I found out that they are driven around community, which is people. Everything should be about people. Listen to them, love them, then you can lead them more effectively. And when people's hearts are touched, they work better with their hands, with their head, and with their feet.
Because I work with people, I understand how powerful people can be, and the biggest asset any organization has is not infrastructure, it's its people. And if you understand that your people are your assets, you will invest in your people. But if you don't understand it, if you don't share that philosophy, you're going to abuse your people, you're going to misuse your people. So for me, it's something I've been living for 20 years, and so it's just natural.
You need to love the people you want to lead by having what we call the emotional intelligence, social intelligence. Both go hand in hand, and you need them for leadership. And lastly, for leadership is also about listening. For you to influence one, you need to listen to your environment in order to act accordingly.
We have looked at how to scale our leadership potential, and also sustain it. It's not enough to just start, but we will start, we will scale, and then we'll sustain it. It's something that should be a legacy, something that should live beyond us. Right now, we are talking about impact, the impact that the structures and the systems that we are putting in place will have on our society, on our community. So leadership is beyond just us. It's about impact, it's about sustainability, and it's about the value that we are creating for our society.
To a large extent, I try to tell people that you can be anything you want to be, because you've been placed here to lead, you've been placed here to be at the forefront. And for you to be at the forefront, that means you need to understand what leadership means. And that's the message I pass out. I see myself being able to influence the world with my music, and also show people that they have the ability to believe they can be anything they want to be.
My workers are waiting patiently to see me coming because I have a lot to impact on them about the personal growth, the business growth, and everything as well. Everybody needs this, especially if you're an entrepreneur. You don't need to miss out this kind of program. You need to connect. No matter the money you spend here, it's worth it.
With resounding voices across academia, enterprise, ministry, and the creative arts, the message was unified. Leadership that scales must be intentional, people-focused, and purpose-driven. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olawe concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all. because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our grand norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure the sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discuss challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put heart on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discuss it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasson. I ensure that all their programs are intact and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tanko, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit, ACT2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we'll monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing, so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shores of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fees to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring. They will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished aides, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, And I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No. It is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption. When you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer will secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country, because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that you will be frustrated. because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when a member of the National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. That was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who's facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the letter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora of anti-corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete sign an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, I have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place, and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I will go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. If you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On other issue, which like the president said that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that you strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or defending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls, they are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny, is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started an example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that they will derail. Because of that pressure. That's why always I will raise this issue of pressure. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public posts. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
My name is John Olontobi, and welcome to SOUQ TV. We are here at the Africa Credit Expo 2025, and I'm here with
Ehime Ube, Head of Marketing at Oxygen X.
All right, thank you very much. What do you guys do actually?
We are a financial solutions company. We focus on making impact with finance, credit solutions, both lending and investments. So we offer high impact loans and flexible investment opportunities to help Africans grow their wealth.
That's quite interesting. With my experience with regards to credit, I understand that Nigerians still have a bit of loopholes on how to, manage credit, access credit, and all of that. What are you guys doing to, capture that gap, basically?
Yeah, we noticed the loopholes as well. What sets us apart from other lenders is that we offer people the highest credit offers that they can get, regardless of whether this is their first time trying to get a loan with Oxygen X. So other lenders will give you a starter loan to test you out, but we believe in trusting our customers with the best credit offer right from the first time they try us. And we've refined our decision process and our collections process to make sure that we're able to do this sustainably.
Well, that's interesting because you talked about first-time lenders and all of that. Now, that's big on data. Data is a big problem in Nigeria. We're trying to see how we can merge or harmonize our data, NI, and all of that. So how are you going to go about this so you don't become chasers of this, issues here?
So a huge support for us is credit registry. That's why we're supporting Africa Credit Expo as well, because their smart score has been really crucial for us to be able to make these credit decisions safely and responsibly, so that we find ourselves not having to chase people for their loans. Our NPLs, which is non-performing loans, is significantly lower when you look at across the industry, especially finance companies like us. So we are very grateful to companies like Credit Registry for doing the work to make sure that we're able to score people and make good decisions in offering people credit.
All right, that's good. And then my final question in regards to the conference we're having today. If there's one thing you are looking forward to picking out from this conference, what would that be?
I want to learn more about what's coming next, especially around the smart score from Credit Registry. I want to see the innovations that they're doing, because that feeds directly into our business. I'm also curious about the panel session around side hustlers and gig workers, because that is a space that has not really been explored for credit companies. Those people are usually left behind when you look at traditional lenders. They're not able to access credit. So I want to see what's coming next in that space.
That's fine. And then before I let you go, what would you like to say to people, Nigerians that are looking forward to this innovation? Because Nigerians are naturally not ready to borrow. We like to pay our stuff outrightly. And this is something comes from an experience, having to travel abroad to UK and all of that. I just want to pay for my stuff. I don't want anybody chasing me and telling me I have to pay within 12 months, 24 months. So what would you like to say to them to encourage Nigerians basically?
I would like to say, first of all, with the changes in our economy, with the way inflation is going, credit is becoming more of a necessity than an option. And it's very important to be very responsible with credit. I don't subscribe to the idea of taking loans just for the sake of it, because every loan that you take has an impact on your credit score. So I think that it's good for people to embrace credit, but responsibly, and learn that it's a very good necessity at this point in time that we are in this economy that we are facing. It's not possible for everybody to buy things outright anymore.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And please do subscribe to SOUQ TV on YouTube. And you can follow us as well on our radio, the IL 95.9 FM. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with Francis Silva.
What brand do you, what company do you represent?
I work with GSC Motors.
Okay, do you hold any positions, basically?
Sorry?
What positions do you hold at GSC Motors?
I'm a sales manager at GSC Motors.
Amazing, because I have a lot of sales questions, basically, here. Yeah. So, credit system in Nigeria has been one of our major concerns in the financial sector. Everyone is trying to see how we can cushion inflation with, paying beat by beat. But a lot of Nigerians are yet to key into this system. What do you have to say about that?
It works abroad, and in Nigeria, I think we're used to what we're used to. So we don't like trying new things in Nigeria, right? So if we have a good system where the credit system will actually work, I believe Nigerians gradually will fall in place.
Okay. And what, as a company, GSC, I know you guys have amazing cars. Actually, I see them on the road every now and then. So you've come into the system, especially in Lagos, where I stay. I see a lot of GSC Motors. And what are you doing to help cushion the awareness
for credit facilities?
Yeah, exactly.
So GSC has been in Nigeria for the past 11 years. We're like the leading company in terms of Chinese cars in Nigeria right now. We have financing partners, we have companies, we have banks that finance cars for individuals, for corporates. So I think we're doing really great. We encourage people that cannot actually afford to buy a car outright to work with some of our financial partners. We have banks, a lot of banks. So when people need credit facilities, they come to us. We give them partners and then give them good rates as well too.
Okay, and then credit system actually works relatively with data.
Yes.
How strong is your how strong is your data? How strong is your data system to be able to do some certain background checks on people? Because I can walk into GSC Motors and say I want to get is it just NIN and all of that, but what are the steps basically?
So that is why. We understand that perfectly. That's why we do not finance ourselves.
Okay.
We have financing partners.
All right.
So that is the job of the banks and credit facilitators to do their homework.
Mm-hmm.
We just connect our clients to good facilitators or facilities, where they can get credit.
Okay. How is the brand building trust with customers who may be new to structured credit systems?
We, again, as I said, we have partners. So that's a question for our partners to answer, basically.
Okay.
But for us, we have our clients, we pride ourselves in giving top-notch customer service to our clients. So regardless if you're going through a financial partner or a credit facilitator, we make sure that you get the best service possible, even from them. So we follow up with the banks, follow up with the facilities, and make sure that you get the best possible from them. In terms of KYC, that is all on them. We are just service providers.
Okay, all right. So and then coming back to the conference, the Africa Credit Expo 2005, what exactly is that we are all here to learn? There's one thing you're looking forward to gaining from here to take back to GSC Motors to help structure out your credit system. What would that be?
Honestly, it would be to encourage people more. We understand that in Nigeria right now, things are hard, right? So people need as much credit facilities as possible. So for us, it's to be able to get a bit more knowledge on credit facilities and all of that. Meet partners, more partners as well, so that can also partner with us to finance cars for our clients. We want GSC to be all over Nigeria. We want every Nigerian to own a GSC.
Okay.
Because GSC is one of the best.
Sure.
Just so we're clear.
All right.
Yes.
No problem, sir.
So we're here hoping to get as many people as possible to come to us. We link them up with financial partners, and then we get them driving the GSC as soon as possible.
Oh, that's good. I'm talking about awareness. This is where SOUQ TV comes in. I would want you to, of course, follow us on YouTube and as well dial into our radio station, ILFM 95.9.
Okay.
And then you can always work with us as well. So it was nice meeting you actually.
Yes, well, I will do myself a big injustice if I don't talk about our cars.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Sure.
So we have a lot of cars available. We have from the GN8, which is a very luxurious car.
Okay.
You see the one Davido drives?
Yeah,
the boss.
The big one.
Yes, that's GSC. So Davido is one of our ambassadors.
Oh, cool.
Yes, and then we're currently sponsoring the Davido 5 concert all over Nigeria.
All right.
We just left Ibadan last week.
Yes.
Yes, we're going to Abuja
on the 14th or so.
On the 14th, and in Lagos on the 25th. We're shutting down everywhere.
Okay.
So we also have the GS8, the GS3, the GS4. And we have electric vehicles as well too. We have the AOY, which is outside there. I'm sure we'll see photos of them later. We have the AOY, right, which is just there. It's fully electric. On a full charge, it takes you 430 kilometers. We also install a charger in your house. You have different types of chargers. So people's concern basically is the charging facilities in Nigeria and power, we have you covered. We have facilities everywhere in Lagos and outside Lagos. I also have a charging center right there in your house. So please look up our electric vehicles, look up our ICE vehicles, that's the internal combustion engine vehicles, because GSC is here to serve you and we are the best.
All right. Nice one. Nice meeting you. GSC Motors. Thank you very much. Here with Mr. Chinedu.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, so I got information that you are from Asha Microfinance Bank.
Yes.
What exactly do you guys do generally?
Oh, okay. Asha Microfinance Bank is a women-centric microfinance bank. So we give out credit facilities to women-owned businesses across the country. Presently, we'll have over 269 branches across Nigeria. And obviously, we are not only in Nigeria, we have Asha, Uganda, Asha, Kenya, and the likes.
Oh, that's amazing. That means this conference is more tilted towards what you do, basically.
Definitely.
All right, amazing. So, looking at the Nigerian system, we understand how Nigerians are when it comes to credit. We still don't understand what benefits we get basically around credit. We just think about borrowing and then taking it out. What exactly? How do you guys go about, ensuring that people have this awareness, proper awareness towards credit system?
Okay, so we basically don't just give out loans. So we what we call ourselves our relationship officers goes out in the market. So we actually study your business and actually know the exact products your business needs. So for some persons, they might just need a small term loan that will just last for 1 month. Then some of them, their business needs a long-term loan. And so we actually study your business, we evaluate your business, and then prescribe a particular product for your business. So it's on the evaluation we actually get to find out if you actually need a loan or you don't need a loan, or maybe you would enroll you to our savings product or enroll you into our insurance products. And so that's it.
That's beautiful. Yeah. Now, looking at the complexity around the credit system in Nigeria compared to other countries, what are the limitations that you face on a daily activity?
Oh, well, there is a whole lot of limitations, but thank God for the credit portals we have. That's the credit registry and the XDS and the credit bureau, where prospects, BVNs, and businesses are checked in these platforms to find out their credit character. So that has also helped a lot of times, where you can be able to see the person's past credit history, the person's character. So that helps you to make a better decision. Also, when it comes to collateral also, I think we also have the Nigerian collateral registry where collaterals are registered. So for any client giving you any form of collateral, you're going to pass it through that collateral to find out if the collateral is incumbent before you can venture into having a business relationship with the person.
All right.
Away from all of this, there are still other challenges where you have people putting up shops, businesses that doesn't belong to them. You have situations where people connive and join to share the monies given out and the likes. Yeah, so there are challenges also, but over time we are getting around them.
Oh, that's beautiful. My last question will be around customer experience.
Okay.
So what are customers demanding today that they were not demanding 2 years ago from your business?
You said what are they demanding
now that they were not demanding 2 years ago from your business?
Oh, okay. So I think now the loan limits the limit had now increased. What I mean is that 2 years ago, you'd see customers that are making do with maybe 500, a 1 million loan. But now the limit had now increased. So we are seeing clients coming to us, the businessmen coming to us, they need 30 million, they need 50 million. So the loan size presently had actually increased.
All right.
Yeah.
Scaling between 1 to 10, 10 being the, let's say, highest advice, should I say positive?
Okay.
How do you see the credit system going in Nigeria?
Oh, I would say for now, if they had actually adopted the GSI, that will also include the microfinance bank, I would be rating them an 8, but for now, I'll do them a 5.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. No problem. And then lastly, we're at the conference right now, talking about credit and all of that, Expo 2025. What's the one thing you'll be taking back home, to your colleagues and customers as well from this conference?
Well, because the conference had not really kick-started well, we are yet to see what the masterclass. I'm looking forward to the MSME masterclass, and I will the exposure also, beating the MSMEs also. That's basically why I'm here.
All right.
I want to network.
All right.
Yeah.
We mentioned awareness, and this is where SOUQ TV comes in. I'd love you and your company to go to YouTube and follow us on YouTube.
Okay.
And as well, we have our radio station, the High FM 95.9, where we broadcast to the entire world.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
wonderful day.
Yeah.
Good day to you and welcome. This is SOUQ News Television. We're all about business, economy, and development. And we are reaching you live from the Landmark Event Center, where the African Credit Expo is taking place, the largest and pioneer credit bureau. Credit registry, making a platform for where both businesses and credit organizations converge on how to do business, not only in the continent of Africa, but specifically in Nigeria. And we, SOUQ News Television, we are here to facilitate this conversation so the businesses can meet the public and the public can meet the businesses and the businesses can meet the credit organizations where they can convert, talk about business, and to facilitate the smooth transactions that normally take place in our society. And I'm sitting with one of the business representatives right here. Good day to you.
Good day to you too.
Yes. So tell us about your organization and what you do.
So Baobab Microfinance Bank is one of Nigeria's most trusted credit lending industry, and we provide business loans and savings to individuals and business loans to SMEs, entrepreneurs, just businesses in general.
But how aware is the public about you, that you are a credit organization that facilitates, businesses between individuals and the organization?
So we've been, like I said, we've been in the business for 15 years, so that's like a long time. And we're in 7 regions across the country. We have 36 branches across Nigeria. So yeah, we're very involved in the digital space, and also we have physical branches across Nigeria. And we also recently launched a savings app called Jollof Plus, which provides allows people to save and earn up to 21.6%. So we've been able to penetrate the digital space and also physical space at large.
Okay, so in your journey as a credit organization, how credit worthy are Nigerian businesses, most especially the small and medium-sized enterprises? Because we've seen cases where some platforms borrow businesses to borrow or give credit to both individuals and businesses. And we've seen cases where these organizations will have to come to social media when there's loan default, and they tend to run a very, very bad campaign about the organizations that are owing them, and they felt that's the right way to get back to them. Have you had any of such experiences? And if you have, how did you handle it?
So we, before we give out loans to businesses, we run checks. And you have to tick all of our boxes. So there are regulatory checks that we need to go through before you can get your loan. So if you do not tick those boxes, we can't just give out loan, because that means your credit history is not trusted. So we do all of those checks before giving out loan. And we've not had that kind of, I don't think we've ever come across such issue where we're having to go to social media or drag people to get our loan.
Okay. So now, what are those boxes that you tick?
Okay, so we request for stuff like your guarantor. We check that. We check your credit history. We check your business.
because you can't
If
request
it's viable.
and if you can afford to pay back what you're requesting for. So we were not just a microfinance bank that just want to give out loan. We want to ensure that you're actually doing well with your business. And if we realize that you can't afford the loan that you're requesting for, we advise you on the amount you can get and how to use it to grow your business. So we are not just we don't just want to be your credit partner. We want to be your financial business partner.
Advisor.
Yeah,
Okay.
we give advices.
Okay.
We provide insights on how to grow your business, how to use your loan wisely, and what you can afford to get before. So most times when we go through all of those checks and help you put things in order, it's easier for you to now pay back your loan.
Great. I like the fact that your company, Baobab, is, you, like you said, you operate prominently on the digital space. And so when you're checking the credit history of businesses or individuals that are approaching your organization for credit, do you liaise with other financial institutions across the country to possibly get data from them to assess properly?
Yeah, obviously, we cannot just get, if we want to check your credit history, we go in depth and relate to, so when you check credit history, I think you can see how trusted the person is and how fast they repay their loan. If you check someone's credit history, you can also know if they're good at paying back loans or if they're defaulters and all of those things. So we can't do that on our own. You have to partner with, like, checking with
other financial institutions like banks. Like banks?
Yeah. The credit history. There's a credit history.
There's a credit history.
Yeah.
But that credit history, does it capture all those in the Nigerian space that goes to borrow, to get credit from financial institutions?
So if you check your credit history as an individual, that you will know how viable you had to get loans. You will know if you're because there are some people that don't know their credit history. They might have probably bought something somewhere, paid for something somewhere with their card and all of those information, and they're not aware that they have, like, their credit score is low. Or situations where we have people that open bank accounts and then they leave it dormant thinking that, but the bank account is going in red, like you have like minus and stuff.
Okay.
So when you check your credit history, you can see such informations about an individual. So it's even advisable for individuals that are not, even if you're not looking into getting loans, like, you need to check your credit history so you understand where you are personally in the financial space.
Okay. So now, tell us a little bit more about your organization and how receptive your services are to small businesses and some of the gains that you have made.
The gains we've made from small businesses.
That you have made, not only in promoting small businesses, like serving as their financial advisors and mentoring them to grow, some of the successes that you have recorded.
Okay, so I'll use give an example of one of our customers that started, he sells spare parts and started as a very small business owner, and he used to have issues with loan companies and was very, when we approached him, he wasn't very convinced because he has had issues with loan companies and the likes, but we're able to have conversations with him, we're focused on you, like, so we're here for you, not just because we want you to collect loans from us, but we want you to grow. We want to be your partner, long-term partner. So have conversations with him, taught him how to help his business grow. And we've been in the business with him for like 5 years now. And he's from a small shop to like a very big shop. So we're not into just big businesses. We do with small business owners, market people, farmers and the likes, as long as...
Okay, so you have a physical presence, and your physical presence is reading Baobab.
Yeah, Baobab Microfinance Bank.
Microfinance Bank. Oshadare Damilola Grace, it's been nice having this conversation with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
The full
name, please?
Okpeoluwa Adekoya.
Okay, Okpeoluwa Adekoya.
Yes.
This is SOUQ News Television.
Okay.
We are all about business, economy, and development.
Okay.
And that's the reason why we are registering our presence here today, and we are glad we are speaking to someone from the financial services sector.
Okay.
Great. So tell us the name of your organization and what you do.
Okay. I represent Credit Direct Finance Company Limited. We are a lending first financial technology company, a subsidiary of the FCMB Group. We have been in service for over 18 years now. And we are, I like to say we're really good at what we do, and we'll be offering quite a huge value for over 2 million Nigerians over the past 18 years. So yeah, we offer lending. More recently, we started offering fund management and investments to to Nigerians via our mobile app. That's the Credit Direct mobile app. We also have a buy now pay later service, so think of it as embedded credits in commerce sectors, both for e-commerce and physical commerce. So we have over 1,000 merchants, including popular names like Konga, Slots, Electromart, and the likes, with which we offer buy now pay later services. Shoppers can get up to 1 million naira with our buy now pay later service and spread their payments over 6 months. And even most recently, we have something, for business owners also. It's called Credit Direct Business. It's a fund management platform also, or solution for businesses, where you could do single and bulk transfers very seamlessly. I think it's one of its kind, especially when we talk about how intuitive the bulk transfer feature works. We also offer interest, up to 22% interest for these businesses who keep the idle funds on the platform.
What's that platform from? Like keeping their idle funds under your platform with an expectation of getting like 21%,
22%.
22%.
Yes,
what's it called?
Credit Direct Business.
Credit Direct Business.
Yes, so that's it. It's a business fund management platform. It's web-based, with which you could keep your funds, both idle and active funds.
Period of time, duration.
So 22% per annum, 22% interest per annum, up to 22% interest per annum. On our mobile app, we also have something similar for individuals that are looking to make the most of their money. So I think of it this way: when you keep your money in a wallet account with Credit Direct on Credit Direct app, just being on the wallet account where you could make your transfers, where you could buy your data, you could recharge card, pay for your cable, your DSTV, your GoTV. But the idle funds in your wallet there gets you 10% per annum interest, just staying there. And then when you invest, you could invest with yield. Yield is our core investment product. It's embedded on the app. You can get up to 21% in interest per annum.
You have fantastic products.
Yes.
How many people are aware of this?
Oh, no. Millions of Nigerians. Like I said, we've been doing this for 18 years now. We've served well over 2 million Nigerians, and
2 million is insufficient. We have more than 200 million people in Nigeria, and if we're talking about the youth population that are adept to erecting a startup business, we're talking about more than 33 million. They are even 67% of that. So please tell us how you've been able to penetrate the market, and tell us about your experiences in the market dealing with people, with Nigerians.
Okay. Yes, so I think that our growth, our successes, because I dare say that we're one of Nigeria's most profitable financial technology companies, and one of our successes, our successes have been largely attributed to our strategic partnerships with with organizations, with businesses, with individuals who we also serve. Just being thoughtful about how we create value for them. Let me give you an example of Credit Direct Checkout. We've already made a name for ourselves with Sharp Loans. We are known as Sharp Loans, especially in private sector in the public service, public sector. Think about the ministries, think about your paramilitary and the likes. But we thought of, you know, a way to just, because when people take these loans, they obviously want to pay for products and services. So why not meet them at the points of commerce, at points of sales, you know? So it's things like that, it's thinking like that, you know, empathetic approach to business, to technology, to service. You know, I think that's how we've been able to, you know, make the strides that we're making today. We've also noticed, you know, the need for financial education, and you know, as we know, you know, a lot of Nigerians are either underbanked or, you know, unbanked, you know. So, you know, and for those that even have some sort of financial technology access or financial access, you know, there's not a lot of financial education going on. A lot of people don't know what they get to, how they can responsibly access credit. You know, in this part of the world, we frown, you know, culturally frown on credit, on loans and things like that. We have a perception of someone that takes a loan and things like that. But, you know, these are things that in more advanced countries, people leverage to build wealth, to empower or, you know, increase their quality of life. So these are things that we're also working on: financial education, financial literacy, you know, to help people invest.
Yes, and lastly, I want to know, have you had encounters with loan defaulters, and how have you been able to handle that? Because that's very, very important.
Absolutely.
Yes, please, just in a minute.
Yes, I think that is, obviously there's no one that would work in financial technology space, especially lending, and say they don't meet defaulters. But I think there's two things that are important. A constant reminder of why it's important to, you know, pay your loans and pay them on time and pay them as, you know, you should, you know, so that you don't affect your credit score. You know, that's something we're heavy on. That's something we're big on. You know, this constant reminders, also ensuring that we do it ethically. You know, we hear of stories of, you know, very interesting ways of getting funds back, but we do not go that route. You know, we try to keep it ethical. We try to, you know, remind them that, you know, when you take a loan today, it impacts your ability to take a loan tomorrow, you know, depending on how well, you know, you handle your repayments and stuff like that.
All right, so your name, please.
So my name is Ini Samuel. Ini Samuel.
Ini Samuel.
Yes.
Okay.
I work with Action Microfinance Bank.
Action Microfinance Bank.
I work in the marketing communications team.
Great.
As the marketing communications officer.
Great. And I'm talking to the right person. Yeah. So tell us about what Action Microfinance Bank do and how it does what it does.
Okay, so Action Microfinance Bank is the term implying microfinance bank. So we are a national microfinance bank licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. We've been in existence for over 19 years now. Next year is our 20th anniversary. And basically, Action Microfinance Bank, we cater to the SME, small, medium enterprise people. We try to impact low income businesses. So you're a trader, a market woman, you earn less than the average people. Action Microfinance Bank is here for you, basically. So we have over 76 branches in 15 states currently, and we've been impacting life ever since.
So how do you give credit, you perform credit services to small and medium-sized enterprises, including individuals?
Yeah.
Right. So how do you do that? Because when you do that, how do you ascertain the credit history of these persons to, you know, give you the confidence to be able to advance credit to them?
Okay, so we have different processes when it comes to ascertaining someone's credit eligibility, basically. So we have credit registry where we check the person's credit eligibility aside other platforms, which I probably will not mention right now.
Okay.
So, but what we do is we have different processes. Our internal control team, we have different processes we get to check. And because of the kind of business you do, so there are different processes that pertains to that kind of business. So you have low income earners. The same credit history you check an SME person is not the way you ascertain the creditworthiness of a business person, probably a trader in the market. So basically, so those are two different processes we use in-house.
So, and were you able, in your dealings with the public, have you experienced, you know, some unsavory relationship with business defaulters, credit defaulters, and how were you able to handle that?
Okay, so Action Microfinance Bank is a big organization in Nigeria as a national microfinance bank, right? So we have departments that handle such.
Okay.
So we have the recovery departments that handle such. We also have the customer experience that gets to call those people to remind them of their obligations to us, basically. So you're taking a loan from 3 months to 6 months to even a year. So we are always on the process. We are always calling them 24 hours, or maybe when it gets to the point of their loan maturing.
Yes.
So we call them in-house to call them, to remind them, basically, to remind them of the obligations to pay. Then once we have issues where someone has default, then we have the legal and other departments that gets to
take it up.
Yeah, take it up.
So lastly, what's your objective here today in this African Credit Expo?
Okay, so our major objective, we have an expo, we have an exhibition here, which we intend to meet a lot of customers. We intend to talk to them about products, make more awareness about the Action brand, and also to be part of the events, basically, to see what they have Credit Expo is all about and what they have for us as well today.
Amy Samuel, it's nice speaking with you.
Nice speaking with you.
You're very much welcome.
Thank you.
So all right. So, good day to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so let's meet you.
Okay, my name is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel what?
Yeah, Emmanuel Ugo.
Okay.
I'm the business development manager for Gree Air Conditioners in the whole of Nigeria. And Gree is a product that is a household name for air conditioners. And when I talk about air condition, I talk about premium air conditioners. So Gree has been in the Nigerian market since 2000. And Gree was actually started as a business in the world in 1991. But Gree entered into the Nigerian market in 2000. And it's been distributed by Choice International Group, by my able chairman, Chief Dana Chen. And Gree is one of the best air conditioners. It's actually #1 global AC in the world.
Okay, so this is African Credit Expo. What are you doing here?
Yeah, for Africa Credit Expo, we have come to leverage on that and how we can actually make our customer to get our products at a very, very good price and affordable price, and get the services that is obtainable with the Gree products.
Okay, so does that mean you're partnering with microfinance bank or other credit institutions, financial institutions, to facilitate a payment system that is convenient for both you as an organization and both for those who take interest in your product?
Okay, for Gree, we have partnered with several financial institutions like Union Bank. We've partnered with Access Bank previously, but we have come here so as to take it further, so as to partner with 1 or 2 financial institutions, whereby they can actually walk into those financial institutions and get our product at a very, very reasonable price, and they have a very, very comfortable payment plan.
Okay, so the payment plan is what I'm even concerned about now. So tell us the feel that you're aware of about the payment plan.
For the Union Bank, you have to be a banker with a Union Bank account, and you have a payment plan, about 4 or 5 payment plan. So Union Bank is buying from us directly, but for Union Bank, giving to their customers, there's a payment plan of 4 months and 6 months, whereby customers are able to actually purchase and pay gradually.
Oh, great. That's fantastic. Now, lastly, how have you been doing, with your competitors? I understand your product has been in the market for a long time. So how have you been dealing with competition and staying afloat and competitive?
When you talk about competitors, of course, if you don't have a competition in any sphere of life, it's more like you remain a mediocre. But for GRI products, we have good competitors, and it has helped us to improve, and it has made us to be very creative in our modern designs, in our creativities, and it has helped us even in our research and development as a product. So for GRI and competitors, we have been the best in the market and will remain the best because our researches are very unique and creative.
All right. It's nice speaking with
and
you.
You too.
You're very much welcome.
Thank you.
You're very
Okay.
Good day. So, let's meet you.
My name is Susan Omiete. I work with Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation. Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation.
Okay. So what do they do?
So it's a development financial institution. It was a fulfillment of the president's promise while he was campaigning. You know, the president has always promised that he wanted every Nigerian to have access to credit to improve the quality of life, right? So what we do is we have 3 mandates. We have wholesale lending, we also have cultural orientation, and we also have infrastructure. The core of what we do is to ensure that credit gets to the last person, the last mile, right? Every
is literally on the plate for us. How so much of us think that we're in the global space, see that we're in the global space, right? But we're not making the money. It's not even coming into our pockets. We're not enjoying the entirety of the proceeds that comes from our creative wealth. And the more we tend to sleep on this, the more some other persons who would rather not name are living fat off our sweat, our blood, our tears. We've come a long way since anybody understood what art was, right? In terms of creativity, it could be film, it could be music, but we have not enjoyed that same, is it visibility or...
No, we have the visibility.
Camaraderie that's yes. With it. For example, the Grammys, no, what's the Grammys? The Golden Globes just happened, right? Okay. It was everywhere. Our own version, what looked like our own version is a Freeman. Yeah. It just happened. Yes. If you compare the noise that is the Golden Globes, I'm still talking about it. But Freeman looks like after a couple of hours, a couple of days, it has gone. We don't invest so much in the continuity of these things, which again, it's supposed to somehow return value back to us. We know everybody thinks wealth is only about money.
Yeah,
but it goes beyond that. And we have not tapped into it so much that even our creative people are beginning to see that there's so much in it. But again, I think when conversations like this are being had, we can begin to plug the gaps.
Yeah, that's it. You know, yeah, Amolo, you're not far from the truth. So on the Just Africa show today, we are not talking about talent. You know, we have a whole lot of talent because talent is not the problem. We are talking about ownership, distribution, infrastructure, and the systems that determine who really profits from creativity scale and how that creativity is structured, protected, financed, and monetized. This conversation is about the gap between cultural influence and economic power, about why Africa exports culture but imports the platforms that profit from it, and about what must change if creativity is to become a sustainable industry and not just a partial. We'll go on this quick break right now, and when we come back, we'll be bringing along our guest. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa CDD.
Yeah, welcome back to the show. So you can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and ensure you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa. So on today's conversation, we are focusing and asking the very important question, why Africa's creative industry isn't making enough money. And our guest, Tokbe Sani, is a global creative economy and policy strategist. Tokbe works at the intersection of creative economy strategy, policy, fundraising, and storytelling across Africa and the global south. She helps governments, institutions, and creatives design systems that attract capital and build long-term sustainability. Hello, Tokbe. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Doing fine. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year. Okay, so let's get into this conversation. Africa's creative output is globally influential, yet economically underperforming. So from a policy and strategy perspective, where exactly is the money being lost?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having this particular has consistently frustrated efforts of particularly the creativity. And the reason is talent or that's evidenced by what's going on in the box month. What we lack that economic output provided. What basically we continue the lack of conversion from the or the work that with wealth for people and cannot lack system or system that work.
Okay, hello, Tokbe. We will go on this quick break and we will be right back. Stay with us.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prized bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Just Africa, only on SOUQ News TV.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Yeah, welcome back. This is still the Just Africa show on SOUQ News Television, and we're having the conversation on why Africa's creative are not making money. Essentially. Good. And we have Tokbe Sani. Thank you for staying with us.
Thank you very much for having me once again.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So we were asking, looking at how the African creative is, so much output globally, yet economically we are underperforming. So from the angle of policy and strategy, we are now asking, where are we losing the money? Where's the money going to?
Thank you very much for that question. Like I said earlier, it is very important that we understand a couple of things. And it is, we cannot outrun a system that is not in place or that is not built for the industry. I'd like to bring it back to 10 years ago, or say 20 years ago. Nollywood, I'm going to be using Nollywood as an example because that's a fantastic example.
Yes. Yeah.
In terms of data, in terms of systems, in terms of structure, all of these were put together by individuals within the system. There was nothing like a program manager. There was nothing like a project manager. Yeah. Even project coordinator was a producer picking up the slack. So it was, first of all, one person doing everything. So now what has happened is it's still one person doing everything. One person determining where the distribution is going to happen. One person determining what kind of marketing effort they're going to put together for their film or their product or their projects, and so on and so forth. So if we work our way backwards, the question should not just be where is the money being lost, but the money being lost, what could it have helped with? So it's about paying taxes, right? And I don't mean like regular tax. What I mean is, what are the things that we need to ensure that we put in place right now, we suffer for right now, so that in the next 20 years we can recoup. And the first thing is systems. You cannot outrun a bad system or lack of systems. Yeah.
So are there people that are benefiting from those gaps right now?
Oh, absolutely. So the way it works, the way it works is when there is weak policy or poor enforcement or any policy that is in place, what happens is copyright, royalties, and contracts are not enforced. So what that means is anybody can get away with anything. What also happens is creators, they are leaking value because there's not just one way to do things. So as a script writer, you don't have ownership over the film or the project. As a songwriter, the same thing. And I'm sure that it cuts across fashion, theater, dance, and all the other forms of creative economy as well. So in terms of who is benefiting from it, you should look at the end of the day, where is the money going? Where is the money going where it should have gone somewhere else, where it can benefit the industry generally. Look at it, who is consistently making money every single year from this lack of system, who has found a way around it, who are the middlemen who will tell you, I can get your film to screen here, I can get your music to do this here, because there's no system really. There's nobody telling them, there's nothing, it's not transparent, there's no data that can be enforced generally. And this is not to say that there are not a lot of people that are doing the work already. There's quite a significant number of people, institutions within the system who are consistently working on this. But we need the government, to enforce some of these rules. We need ourselves as well to understand that there's money within the system. There's money. It's just about transparency. It's about system. It's about data that is confirmed and correct.
Hi, SOUQ. Let me jump in because you guys be doing female bad justice. I have to just slide in. I think a lot of us have mistook visibility for wealth, right? So you'll see a lot of us try to, I want to win the Grammy. I want to put a Nigerian face in that international space. But we've been able to mistake visibility for wealth. What is the danger of having that kind of mindset?
Thank you very much for that question, Emmanuel. And what I would say, first of all, is your revenue is not your income. So
take that again.
Your revenue is not your income. Whatever amount that you think you're getting in real time is not the amount that you're going to take home with you. And this particular one, it keeps coming in my head as someone that has worked or has produced festivals. Visibility, virality, and festivals, they don't equal sustainable income. So what that means is you being visible on TikTok, on Instagram, you going viral off one post. And now I'm talking about content creators generally, or you taking your product or your project and taking it to festivals and all of that. You cannot sustain that every single time because you don't know what works, right?
Yeah.
So, if there's a system, you know that if I plug and play, and it has to get to that point because that's the way the other industries work. Where as a medical doctor, you go to school, you are there for 7 years, and then after it, there's a possibility that you garnered knowledge, and then you go to medical school, and then you start practicing, right? It is plug and play. In the industry, it doesn't work like that. In the creative industry, it means that one person can come up today and has 20 million views on some platform, and then they make $1 million or something. We're going to talk about that, maybe not now, but much later in the future, about how, as a Nigerian, you're not getting the same amount as the way Americans do when they post their stuff on social media or platforms. But really, it is when you make that $1 million, and that is me being very optimistic, and that is my goal for the year, very optimistic for the industry. But can you replicate that? How much can you replicate that? So back to your question, Emmanuel, it is building a sustainable income within the industry. It has to do with personal systems. I keep going back to system. I can't help it. Maybe because I'm a science student, but it is every 1 + 1 must always equal 2. And I know that because of social media, there's been a lot of 10 million views, 20 million views, but those are extreme cases. When you take a pool of people, how many people can make this money consistently sustainable or sustainably? Maybe to also address your question again, Emmanuel, we should be looking at how people believe that funding funding within the African system is kind of short term as well because you have to do with grants and project based.
Yeah.
Granting. So what that means is there's no capital for distribution, there's no capital for IP product protection, and there's no market expansion as a result of it. So what that means basically is you go viral now, but there's no IP protection to protect your virality. You go viral now, there's no capital to help you channel proper distribution. And then finally, where are you expanding your market to? So once again, it goes back to policies, it goes back to systems, and it goes back to the goal being sustainable income for the creatives within the African creative industry.
Okay, so I love the fact that you talked about the creatives finding it difficult to access funds. Now the question is, why is it also difficult for them to go into partnership with whether local brands or international brands? We don't mind. But why do they find it difficult to go into partnership?
Okay, thank you. Once again, we have to, and I know I keep harping on the word systems and policy, but it is on a micro and macro level. Now, when you have an idea that is amazing, and we've seen a lot of this in the last year where films are similar and there's been conversations on social media, collaboration comes with a level of trust. And it is either trust in the person that you're working with, which lawyers would advise is not, you shouldn't go there, you shouldn't trust anyone, but it should be trust in the system to say, if we have a contract, that contract is binding. Now, do you have systems in place to ensure that those contracts are binding? Because that's the first thing I'm going to ask as a fashion designer, for example. I have these amazing designs. I woke up one day and then I dreamt of this design and it's an entire page of it. And then I want to sell it to a fashion house or a manufacturing company. How do I know that they have my best interest at heart? So once again, it is what are the steps that an emerging producer, fashion designer, filmmaker, anybody within the industry really, what are the steps that they need to take to ensure that they see collaboration as a tool, not as a minefield? And once again, it's back to the system. It's something that says, a structure that says, listen, if you have your idea, you are bound by this law. If you sell it to this person, these are the extremes of the distribution or the collaboration, and it is bound by the law of the country, and nobody's going to run away with your idea. So to answer your question, it should be, why should I collaborate if I don't feel like I'm going to get the best end, or even a fair deal, really?
Yeah.
Do I have anybody backing me? Do I have any institutions, any bodies? When you think about bodies, associations, because these form the system. When you talk about systems are you and me, and what we put out there to make it enforceable. And we cannot do that without the government and policy.
Okay.
Tokwe, I know you've played in this space for a while, right? And I think you'll be well equipped to answer this question. What mistake or what do you think governments often mistake about creatives and the creative economy? Because a lot of them in Africa will tell you, oh, we probably give XYZ amount of money in the budget for the entertainment industry. It may be called something else anywhere in the continent. But what is that thing that they often mistake the creatives and the creative economy for?
Okay, thank you. The first is, I would believe it is not taking things seriously, not taking us seriously. And they cannot take us seriously. Because really, do we take ourselves seriously?
That's hard.
Like I always say, visibility without ownership is a dead end. So when you're going to the bank and you want to tell them, I want a loan, think about it, because that's the way it is. When there's money, everybody falls in place. So when I have an IP protected idea and I'm able to tell the bank to say, hi bank, listen, this is I want you to give me money, right? The bank is going to write it in their reports that a government official is going to see. Now, imagine if a lot of creatives, and I know that the government is already doing amazing work with some of the bodies that they have, but when a random creative walks into the bank or walks into any institution with ownership, and says, this is what I have, and this is what I own, and it is not going anywhere, and I need you to give me 200 million naira, the government will sit up. So the first thing is the government is not taking us seriously because we are not taking ourselves seriously. And it is not really our fault. So it's like a catch-22, right? We need the government to take us seriously, but we need to take ourselves seriously. We need the government to put systems in place. We need the government to put policies in place. But it starts, unfortunately, there is no industry that has started from the government, except it is an industry that they play in. Usually industries that are fostered well, they started from the individuals that work within the industry.
Okay.
So what are the mistakes that the government they're doing? Number one is they're not taking us seriously. Number two, they're not enforcing any laws. Number three, they are not hiring, I would say, the right people who know the industry, because really the industry is moving at, 1 billion steps per day. So once again, do you think the Nigerian government is the kind of government that supports or understands how fast this industry is moving, that understands streaming rights, and they're able to? Now, this is not to say, once again, that the government is not doing enough, because I can tell you one thing for sure. In the last 1 year, I've worked on a couple of projects with the government, and I see, especially those within the arts and culture and creative economy, tourism and creative economy, I see what they're doing. They're supporting visual artists, for example, a residency that I do that. But
it's not enough.
Are you talking to the right people? Within because we don't just need more funding. We need smarter money, and government can give us smart money. They can give us smart loans.
Okay.
Because if the creatives that work in the industry are poor, then the industry is not working.
Okay, so the government is expected to raise money for creatives and other funders. But like you said the government does not take us seriously, maybe because there are some things that creatives are not doing. So what are those things that funders are looking for that creatives are missing?
I can tell you this is a lovely question, a brilliant one. And many of us have spoken about this a lot of times, and I will continue to speak about it. The first one is, I would have said transparency, but before then, I would say bookkeeping. And I'm saying bookkeeping because, once again, maybe because I have a fondness for mathematics, but it's really about showing a trail of evidence. Nobody's going to take you seriously if you don't have some certain things in place. Your business profile, the work that you've done in terms of the history of work that you've done.
Okay.
Your catalog, basically that is enforceable, that is yours. It still goes back to ownership. It still goes back to ownership. What are funders looking for? They're looking for transparency. They're looking for integrity. They need to know that if you give you the money, you're going to do exactly what you say you're going to do with the money. Now, for example, I currently work on a gender norms project that is funded by Gates Foundation, and we're giving out grants to 28 grantees, and every single month, and I'm still meeting with some of the grantees, it is telling them how exactly was this money spent. When you asked for this money, this was what you said you're going to do. Are you able to do it? Now, how many creatives can do that? Because it's a lot of work, but it is important for the transparency and the eventual data that we're going to use. So it still goes back to the same thing. Your catalog, not just empty catalog, the growth as well. To say, I started from here, this is where I take. A funder needs to know that you're not going to be the same level as where before they gave you the money. So going back, bookkeeping, step by step, this is what I've done in the last 10 years. This is where my money has gone. So your personal money is not your business money. You can, in clear terms, to say this is a solution that I am trying to solve. So if either as a filmmaker, you're trying to get this film to address this social cause, or it's just a random comedy, and it's okay. As a musician, the same thing. As a fashion designer, the same thing. As an architect, the same thing. It's about history. It's about bookkeeping. It's about documentation. It's about cataloging. And finally, I was going to say finally.
Go on. Let me not interrupt you.
Okay. I was going to say, finally, it's about them knowing that you have the right people. You're not doing everything by yourself. And this is one thing that a lot of creatives do not know, that funders, they check. They don't want you to be the same person. You are the artist, you are the producer, you are the distributor, you are the manager, you are the lawyer, you are the fundraiser, you are the marketer. They want to see systems. Everybody wants to know that if anything happens to you, God forbid, because I'm still a Nigerian, the work goes on.
So, I ain't gonna lie. As you were talking, I felt like a child who wants to do art, and then the parents is scolding them and saying, "There's no future in this thing." Because so that's how it felt. It felt like you are just showing us all the pitfalls, and no, if you go here, you're going to be like as poor as that man on the street if you don't do the right thing. just go and look for maybe doctor or engineering to go and do or lawyer. That's how I feel, because ideally, a typical African creative or even someone who's aspiring just wants to enjoy the craft that they do, right? But what you've done is shown us that there's so much more that needs to be done beyond just you being that person who is able to sing or able to write or able to do arts, right? Are there places where someone can learn the whole process step by step? I'm a creative. I just know how to sing. Can somebody just guide me through these steps so I don't have to be the one to go and look for a lawyer or somebody who wants to help me to promote or distribute? Are there systems like that?
Yes, there are. But before I answer that, here's what I would say, right? I believe that there is a pathway within the arts. I'm one of the fortunate ones at my career within the arts. Well, art administrator, because I don't think I have any talent or paint or things. But what I would say is this was the trap. They sold us the dream. You can be a rapper, you can be an actor, and they didn't tell us the business side. And you cannot be sustainable first without knowing all of these things. So yes, there are places that you can go. There's so many institutions that are providing step-by-step process on what you need to do to turn yourself from a creative to a creative enterprise. And I can mention a couple of them top of my head. You're thinking of Africa No Filter, the work that they're doing in collaboration with CC Hub. I'm sure everybody knows CC Hub. CC Hub has quite a number of courses that you can do to take yourself from being a mere creative to being a creative enterprise. The same thing for Tikera Africa as well. They have several workshops, masterclasses. Listen, there's no easy way to say this. If you want to be spectacular, and it is very important for you to know that it is very important for you to be spectacular within the arts, because 90% of the people will not do the job anyway. So you just have to show up. And the only thing you have to do is research. There are so many institutions. British Council also has, there are courses that you can do. I did one in 2023. I spent about 40 hours, but it was productive. I needed to know what I needed to know. So point is, you need to learn. You need to go back to all of these institutions. They have courses. They have master classes. You need to go on. You need to listen to shows such as this. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you. So that they can tell the reality. Because we can't. And then finally, you don't have to do everything yourself. If you don't want to be the manager, hire someone, collaborate, have your tender in place, have the thing, write it out to get a contract, and make sure that it is witnessed by 2 other people. It's probably going to cost you 200K, but is it not better for you to have it? And then the person manages the business, you manage the creative enterprise, the creative side of the business, and then everybody goes home happy.
Yes, we know that, but some Africans will tell you that the money for these trainings are not available. That is
we want to go to master classes, but these are expensive.
Is there a way they can attend those kind of
classes? Are they free? If they are free, it's fine, no?
So let me give you an example. Every November, the Lagos Fringe, I'm the programs director of the Lagos Fringe, but if I were not the programs director of the Lagos Fringe would have been sick of me because I'll still be going. Every single year, the Lagos Fringe organizes workshop and master classes, and it cuts across all the different parts of the creative economy. Wow. So they have for dancers, for actors, for writers, for directors, for producers, how to make money, the legal side of the business, the collaboration. It is heavy for 1 week. And a lot of people will not attend. They only attend their money. So it still goes back to self, the system in yourself to say, this year is beginning. These are the institutions that will do courses this year. And I have to make sure that I attend so number so I can take myself from being a creative to becoming a creative enterprise.
All right, Tokpe, I have questions to ask, but on this, I want you to make the audience, the viewers, understand something right now. How can they attend? When are these classes? When is Lagos State putting them out? How can I attend? What do I need? How do I get the information, update on all those master classes?
Okay, thank you. Well, the easiest way really is to go on LinkedIn. And this is not me, rooting for LinkedIn, but I'm just saying, if you want to be serious, go on LinkedIn. When you go on LinkedIn, you just have to use the hashtag creative enterprise, hashtag creative masterclasses, Or you go to Lagos Fringe, that is Lagos and Fringe, Fringe. They have their dates. You go to festivals that have workshop and master classes, and oftentimes they are free. You can follow me if you want. I always repost most of them, especially for the creative industries. But really, it's about being deliberate. So when someone reached out to me just before I came on this and said, "Hi, Tokwe, I want to soak up the creative economy. Can you send me books to read?" That is how you have to be deliberate when you want to learn. It's about going into the DMs to say, "Hi, Tokwe, my name is this. I want to learn about the creative economy, or I want to move from being a creative enterprise. What are the first steps?" I may not answer you the first day. I may not answer you the second day, but I usually will answer by the third day.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, you answered me when I reached out to you.
As long as you will answer eventually, I think that's what matters. Okay, Tokwe, now let's look at the African storytelling. How has Africa's creative story been framed in ways that limit its economic potential?
That's a very powerful question, and I really like the question. Keep them coming. Thank you. As someone that works in the intersection of policy, narrative change, and storytelling, I knew about the power of storytelling. I think it was the first time I went to New York, and I was on the subway, and there was this rat that climbed over my boot. I was like, on TV. And then I for a moment, my brain just opened, and I was like, oh, wow. So there is power in storytelling. Now, how are they limited? It's about enforcing the stereotypes. So nobody wants to watch the same film over and over again. I mean, don't get me wrong. We watch Fast and Furious 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and all of those things.
Yes.
But for every single franchise, you're expecting something different. You're expecting something that is going to get your blood rolling, the energy high. But nobody wants the stereotype about the bad mother-in-law, the girl. It's about, and also about layering characters. And I'm so happy that this came up because as a member of the Women in the Arts Initiative, that's another initiative that has a lot of free resources, by the way. One thing that we worked on last year was FRAME, that is female representation and advancement in media. And basically what that means is what kind of character are we putting in the films that we're sharing? Are they layered? The woman is not a witch. She's not a gold digger. There's no side chick. There's no main chick. How can you tell well-rounded stories about women? How can you tell well-rounded stories about men? Not just enforcing stereotypes that they shouldn't cry. Not just enforcing stereotypes that are damaging the outlook of, oh, we are feminine. Yes, we are very traditional, but we're not evil people. Nigerians are amazing. Kenyans are super polite. I feel like they're superstars. They're like the Canadians, very polite, very nice, very hardworking. South Africans are amazing. Ghanaians are superstars. But first of all, our stories, are they intracontinental? So are we telling stories that frame Nigeria and Ghana in the same story? We used to do that before, but that has reduced. Nigeria and do we have films that go from South Africa to Kenya to Cote d'Ivoire? Rich, vibrant, layered stories that would entice someone who still believes that Africa is a country. So imagine telling stories that are about our history, about Oshu, about what's it called? Someone in the north. What is everything in the north is not Boko Haram. There's vibrant, beautiful storytelling. Everything in the south is not about one mother-in-law that wants to kill. We have stories. We're just worried about the reception. And I can tell you something for sure.
Yes.
Until we stop caring about the way people receive our films, we will not tell authentic stories. And if we don't tell authentic stories, our reach will continually be limited.
Now, talking about those who control it is actually the reason, my next question. Who controls this narrative? I mean, because people want to watch certain things. So who controls that narrative today that is it Africans or external players? Because people want to watch something and they want to see a particular face at some point. They want the same, okay.
Storytelling is not the same.
You understand? There is this thing. So the question now is it we Africans that are controlling the narrative, or it is the external forces?
Africa cannot be allowed to tell its stories if we do not see the power in the storytelling that we can tell. And what I mean is, yes, the Western world continually needs Africa to be represented a certain way, because that is the only way the story can make sense. You know, once again, because I work within the intersection of narrative change, storytelling, and policy, I know for sure that the only people that can change the stories about Africa are Africans, because yes, even we enforce our stereotypes sometimes. We tell the wrong stories, we believe the wrong stories, we perpetuate the wrong stories because this is all that we know. So as an African, and I'm going to start from there, we need to unlearn a lot of harmful stereotypes that seek to push us down and just keep us there, where we would then be seen as we need arms, you know, we need help, we need grants. There's nothing wrong with getting grants, but a lot of other continents get grants on equal standing. But in Africa, it's always slavery, it's always suffering, it's always witchcraft.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. The second thing would then be, if as an African, if I'm telling the right stories about myself, do I have the money to push it out? Do I need to rely on the Western world? Because once again, you have to always understand that's the reason why they keep calling us the global whatever, you know, and all of that. It's for one purpose, and the purpose is there's always going to be the first, and Africa cannot be allowed to be the first if we're spending their money. So yes, it's two-pronged. There's the Western, and there's us. The only thing that we can control is us.
All right, thank you so much, Tokbe Sani. We want to go on a quick break, and when we return, this robust conversation continues with Tokbe. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Some people hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, I beg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish tools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cash Craft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut into it. Step 1. Pick your project. Before you saw your first board, ask yourself, what do you want to build? Furniture, shelves, decorative wall panels, or maybe customized kitchen boards. Start small. A simple stool or bookshelf can teach you the basics and still fetch good money. Let's move to step 2. Tools, timber, and a plan. You don't need a massive workshop to start. Basic tools like a measuring tape, hand saw, drill, clamps, and sandpaper will do. Choose durable wood like teak, mahogany, or poplar for long-lasting products. And don't forget the blueprint. Sketch your project or download free woodworking plans online. A clear-cut list saves you time, wood, and costly mistakes. Let's move to step 3. Cut, build, finish. Measure twice, cut once. That's the golden rule. Then assemble carefully. Use wood glue and screws for strong joints. Once it's built, sand smooth and apply a finished varnished wax or paint to protect and beautify. That rustic table or wine rack, it just went from workshop to showroom. Let's move ahead. Step 4. Sell like a pro. Now the magic part is turning your craft into cash. Who is your customer? Young couples, urban decorators, cafe owners. They love custom, handmade, and unique. Use social media to showcase your work. Instagram, Pinterest, and all of that are gold mines for visibility. You can add pricing, yes, delivery info, and behind-the-scene videos. Look, that's a great catch. You need to let people see your videos where you are doing your work uniquely. That's an addition and validation. Now, want more reach? Yes, attend fairs, pop-up shops, or sell via platforms that you know. A whole lot of them are out there. Let's move to step 5. Stand out to scale. Offer engraving, custom-sized or eco-friendly finishes. Don't just sell a table, sell a story. Yes, you can see the emphasis. Sell a story, handcrafted in Ibadan or upcycled from reclaimed wood. People pay more when the product means more. Network with interior decorators, real estate agents, and even planners. Your one shelf may become a hotel's full order. But of course, no business is all smooth wood. Power issues could happen. Tool costs and inconsistent wood supply can slow you down. Still, with skills, strategy, and smart marketing, woodworking can take you from small workshop to a big warehouse. So here is your takeaway. And don't forget to do your proper research, because this is only a heads up, a wake-up call that you can do it. Woodworking is not just craftsmanship, it's cashmanship. It's a business of creativity, precision, and pride. Whether you are making one stool a week or outfitting full apartments, this is a hustle that builds literally. This has been Cashcraft, and I am Grace Komolafe, reminding you that if life gives you timber, turn it into treasure. Until next time, build bold, build smart.
Welcome back to Just Africa. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. Of course, subscribe to the YouTube channel of Just Africa. Okay, we're still having this conversation on why the creative industry does not have so much money. They do not keep the money. We have the talent, we have everything it takes, and we are on the global stage, but yet we do not have the money. And Tokbe Sani has been giving us, in fact, feeding us back to back what we have missed, what we're not doing right, and how we can go about it. Hello, Tokbe. Thank you for staying tuned.
Thank you very much. I was going to mention something before.
Go on.
All right.
Yeah, hi. And it was around, at the end of the day, it's poor global positioning. And what this basically means is Africa creativity is marketed as culture or impact. It's not measured as a business. And what that means is that it limits the kind of deals and negotiations that we can have. So maybe when we look at it through the brain, maybe creatives can start to think of themselves as a business. Yeah, the culture and impact is very important, but it's a part of the story, not the main story.
Okay, so what mindset right now, what mindset needs urgent shift among emerging creatives?
Yeah, it is, don't see yourself as what you have is very important. So see yourself as a business that has the propensity to become sustainable. So address yourself, see yourself as a business that is more long-term. So I would say the first thing is the mindset shift has to go from short-term consumable to long-term sustainability.
Yes.
So I am a visual artist. How can I turn myself to become a creative enterprise? I am a fashion designer. How can I turn myself to become a global fashion house? I am an actor. How can I become a renowned, world actor? When you look at it that way, it makes it easier for you to think bigger, for you to start thinking of what is the best angle for me to make this impact that I want to make monetarily.
Tokwe, I hear you, but I'm sorry, when you're talking, it feels like you're beating me because, look, when you talk about the mindset, you're talking about it to the young people, all right? Oh, position yourself this and that. you know the system has already positioned us in a particular way, where you know every child will have to go to school for maybe 16 years and then go to university and then come out and look for a job. We are not designed, or we are not wired to know at every point in our lives we can decide to say, okay, I'm not going to school anymore, let me go and chase art because it's going to give me money. Because I hear you say, oh yes, begin to think business. Nobody teaches arts, creative business, or this thing in school.
In school, yes.
So when are we going to jettison school and begin to do this other part? Is it after university?
Oh, okay. So interestingly, I was going to put up on my Substack sometime today. And it is how, and thank you very much for this question. 15 years ago, I was a 300 level student in Obafemi Awolowo University. And I wanted to be a radio presenter. I walked into the radio station and I said, you need to hire me. And of course, you know, that's the audacity that comes with being young.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember the director saying, why? I was like, why not? You know, you don't pay anybody. You know, I am smart. I know what I'm doing. I'm enthusiastic. So hire me. I mean, what's the worst thing that will happen? That's what I said. And I remember now. And that's the thing. That's the audacity. There is no either or. You can do both as a student. See, the way the world is right now, we didn't have that 15 years ago, where you could be on your YouTube and you could learn everything. You want to learn about creative business? Just go on YouTube. Just go on LinkedIn. Just chat someone. We didn't have LinkedIn. I mean, we probably did, but nobody was using it for us. So what I mean is, it's about expanding. See, at the end of the day, nobody can do the work for you. So if you're a student, pick up your phone, right? And say, you know what, I just want to even know what is creative business. Start from there. Work your way backward. I want to become the Tyler Perry of whenever, or the Funke Akindele of whenever. Work your way backwards to say, what are the first steps that I need to take? You're not going to become a director today. So say, I want to be a gaffer. I want to be an assistant. I want to learn this. That's how you learn, you walk your way backwards. So it is not an either or. I believe in education. 100. I believe that education is a leveler. Education will take you somewhere that every other thing will not take you. But I also believe that there's 24 hours in a day. You can do both at the same time. You don't have to do it with the same intensity, but if you devote 2 hours out of your day to learning about the work of the creative enterprise, it will add up at the end of the day. So people are doing it anyway, so what's your excuse? And I don't mean to say that, Emmanuel, sorry.
No, because, okay, look, I understand mindset shifts can come from young people who are aspiring, but we still got parents who will tell you, sit in school, don't do any extracurricular activities. So the mindset shift, does it also apply to them and especially the governments as well, not just us, the creatives? I'm using us now because I'm one of them.
So listen, and I'm not saying that you don't listen to your parents, but our parents they were born in the world that doesn't exist anymore. When I was going to become a radio presenter at somewhere in Abeokuta, I would drive down from Ife to Abeokuta every weekend to go and present on a TV, on a radio channel that I would park in front of my parents' house to get to, because I knew what I wanted to do. And I would only tell my older sister, I'm letting you know I'm leaving Ife right now, and then I'm going to be back by this time. I have a radio program in Abeokuta, and then she will give me the money. So point is, parents want safety for you, and it is commendable, and parents as well. So I want my child to be safe. However, as long as your extracurricular activities does not take you away from school, because education is very important. I do not believe in you shanking education for, I'm not saying the dream will not work, but the chances, especially as a Nigerian, you can just do both. So the thing is, it's extracurricular, you are lucky. There are so many resources available online. Get started from there. And then let me tell you one thing about parents, they never reject money. Legal money. When your idea makes sense, they'll be the ones to tell you. Listen, somebody, you have an interview. You are a creative. What did you say you are again? Programmer. What? Gates? Oh, nice. But you have an interview. They'll be the one reminding you because they've seen the work that you put in. They've seen people want to listen to you talk. So the parents are amazing. The world is built. The world that they are right now wasn't built for them. It's not even built for us anymore. We are no longer here. It's built for the alpha generation, for the beta generation. So the parents will be fine. Make sure that your education is unlocked. And then once again, you have 24 hours. You can do it. There's no excuse.
Okay, so now let's look at income leakage in Africa. Which institutional gaps are most responsible for income leakage in Africa's creative economy?
Wow, thank you very much for putting me on the spot. Well, so I won't mention names, but I'll mention the gaps, right?
Okay.
The problem is not with the talent. Well, sometimes it is, but sometimes, yes, it's not with the talent. It is usually not with the audience as well. It is at the point of scaling. So I'm going to ask you to do substitution. What are the forms of scaling in manufacturing, producing, distribution, marketing? I believe that the industry at this time that is leaking for the creative industry is marketing. And I am saying this from a place of understanding as someone that has worked in marketing for about 12 years. If we do not tell our stories, if we do not market our brand, if we do not tell the right things, nobody's going to know about us. And because of that, you're not going to get the optimal results. So at the end of the day, are you thinking of your marketing from the beginning, or you're thinking about it as an afterthought? I have an article about this on Substack. But the idea is you can have an amazing idea, you can have an amazing product, you can have an amazing film. If you do not tell people about it, it's going to be on the shelf, right? For life. So that is the leakage. So it's also about identifying your audiences, and that's another leakage as well. To say, this product that I have, this visual product, this anything that I have, who is it best suited for? And that is where, once again, research comes. We need to read. You need to do your research. You need to do your beta test. For you to scale the way you want to scale, there's no way you can circumvent hard work, because hard work pushes you to know things that you need to know, and hard work can be smart work. So I would say two things: the marketing, which is very important, and identifying people that are consuming. So consumer behavior, understand who is consuming this idea, this product that you have, and then targeting them directly. That's all.
I mean, you're dropping marketing insights now, and I'm wowed, because what you just said can apply to even outside creative industry, right? Understanding your audience, know who to target your messages to, because you can have a perfect or a wonderful project, but it's not even going to the right people. They don't even know you exist in the first place. No, this is a marketing master class that are giving to us for free. At this point, I won't dash you my wristwatch one. No, you get it. But your final thought, because the truth is, there are so many creative out there, and we already know that Africa is not at a loss when it comes to creatives coming out. You see a 2-year-old, 3-year-old doing creative things, but we still have that flaw in identifying what can scale up. How do we fix that problem?
So the first thing would be, I know we talked about marketing and you said that it can apply to any industry. And I'm really sorry, I'm going to sound boring for the next couple of minutes, but it is about systems. And I know I've been saying this, but the reason
yes.
In the work, the creative industry is not any different from any other industry in terms of the framework. So there are people that consume, there are some people that produce. That is the benchmark for any industry. Medical doctor produces, patient consumes. Engineer makes, human beings consume. Like that. It goes like that for every industry. So if you have an idea, how do you scale it up from being an idea or being a prototype or being a viral moment? How do you scale it up to become something that is sustainable? The first thing is, it is not everything that goes viral that is sustainable. It is not every idea that is sustainable. It is, and ideas are a dime a dozen. As you're getting the idea, someone is getting a better version of the idea. What changes the person that has a viral moment, or a 3-year-old person, from Emanuela, who built an entire business from being a skit maker to becoming one of the youngest millionaires out of Nigeria, is identifying what people want to see. So if what people want to see is a silly child who does silly things, You continually give them. Don't now change it and say because it was a silly thing that blew and I want to start doing a serious because you have not identified the audience. So if you're going to look at it from the back, and I always attack my problems, my challenges from the back. I want to become a viral station, but I want to have sustainable income. I have this idea. The question is who needs it? How many are they?
Okay.
Because that one after addressing your specific target audience or your total target audience. Once again, I'm trying not to become too academic.
It's
about mathematics. Yeah, it's about mathematics. It's about I have this idea, I have this product, then I want it to be sustainable. For it to be sustainable, people need to key into it. Who are these people? How many are they? If only 10 people can key into it and they have 100 naira, then it is not a sustainable idea. Because it is only 100 people or only 10 people and they have 100 naira. I don't know how much that is, maybe 10K or 1K. But point is, you need to identify the best version of that product that can address the biggest market. And biggest market doesn't have to be the number of people. It can be their purchasing power. So I can that only people that have billions, and there are a lot of them, and they want that idea. So I am good with that. So now let me bring it back to the creative industry. As a young creator, how do you take your idea, your product, from this level to this level? It is identifying the people that will get it at this level and starting to build a community. And that is where we make mistakes. You don't jump from here to here and it becomes sustainable. No. Every single creator that has become successful, from Don Jazzy to Funke Akindele to the fashion designers, they started from here. They built their community, they refined their growth, they identified their audience, and then they started selling. And then at every single level, they were giving us what we want. So sustainability is not just about the audience that are buying from you or that they want to get from you. It is also about you ensuring that the product that you're giving to them is sustainable and it is meeting them at every point of their need. So for skit makers, for example, we can say Mr. Macaroni was a skit maker. He's still a skit maker, but he has gone into Nollywood, right? So we see him more is more. Kiki, the same thing. Everybody, you have to scale it. How do you identify the points of scaling? That is another question.
Okay, so if Africa wants creativity to become a serious economic pillar, what must change first? Is it policy? Is it the platforms? Is it the people? And who must lead the change?
Okay, that's a very good question, but it's also scary.
Who must lead?
I believe that the first thing is the mindset shift. It's our mindset, it's belief in what we have and what we own, because that is the only way you can double down on an idea that other people will see as true, and you can tell them, listen, I'm telling you, this idea will change the world. It's about the individual. The government can only see what they can see, and I feel like that is what's amazing right now. We have individuals that have done the work. Funke Akindele just cleared the box office as the biggest African producer, having 2-point-something billion. That has never been done. Now government will sit up. So it starts from us, yes, to the highest level of our brilliance and self-application in terms of research, to say, as an African creative, or as we African creatives, we need to sit up and do excellent work. So it's excellence, individual excellence, that can trigger government intervention, and government intervention can now come in place of systems and policies to say, these are the things that we want to put in place. This is how we're going to support you, of course, with input from the people that work within the industry. So
yes, who should lead the change?
In terms of leading the change, I don't think there's any change that has been led without the intervention of the government. I believe that the government should. Yes.
Okay, now you talked about policies. Yeah, the government should make certain policies, and are you saying that there are no existing policies that are already helping to scale the creative economy?
So there are policies, but policies that are not enforced are not really policies. Enforceable policies. To say, as a creator, these are the things that we put in place, And for you to be able to access this, these are things that you need to do. So, for example, as a creative, do you have is there a pension scheme for creatives directly to say, if I put K out of my money, it may seem small. Is there any help? Because creatives may not get their money on a monthly basis. So what kind of policies have we put in place to say whenever it is that you get this cash out, take this amount and continue for the next 3 years? Those are sustainable policies. Those are enforceable policies. Those are policies that are tailored to the industry. You cannot bring a policy for regular 9-to-5ers who work within the Civil Service Commission, amazing people, by the way, superstars, and expect that to address somebody who is a fashion designer and is making 10K this month and next month is 3 million naira. So the government needs to lead the change to say, creative, we want to make, and I feel like they're already doing that. I know that there is like a committee that is in place. I don't know how long that is going to take. It will be great for it to come out sometime this year to say, in terms of health, this is what we have to do. In terms of pension, this is what we have in place for you. In terms of loans, how many creatives can access loans, not necessarily from the BOA, or BOI, sorry. But point is, how many of them can walk into the bank to say, a bank will not give you loan or except a salary. Are you aware?
Yeah.
Lots of banks. It doesn't work for us, does it? Because this week I may be broke, next week I may have 30 million naira. You never know. So those are policies, and that is why I said the government needs, because we have already done our own part. We are showing excellence, we're showing brilliance. The government needs to sit up to say, listen, Chope, listen, Emmanuel, listen, Omevi, what are the things that we need to do right now? And then they will just take the low-hanging fruit, pension, health. I mean, those are like minor, right?
Okay. If I was to peg your expectation in the next, say, 5 years, and you just want at least just one thing to have changed, one thing, what would it be?
In the industry?
Yes.
Wow, that's really limiting because I want a lot of things. It would be healthcare or and it is because I've seen lots of our Nollywood actors, what had happened to them, our musicians, where they are doing GoFundMe. These people have sustained our childhood. They've done work when it was really hard, when there was no ChatGPT to send them their life, when there was no YouTube for them to put up something. They did the hard work. They were theater managers, theater stage people. Maybe because I come from the world of theater as well. But then seeing them having to go out there and then we are soliciting funds, it just feels like it's minor, right? To just say at the basic level as a creator, all creators that identify within this industry go to your local government and we'll give you a health card. And you just have to pay 5K or 10K per year. We are sorted, right? So we're not waiting until the cancer has eroded our entire body before we start. So at the basic minimal level, we need healthcare because without health, we can't do anything.
Okay. Now I want to ask my final question, though, is this. I don't know if Amulo has another one.
No. I think you
what is that truth? What is that truth that creatives are not being told that they need to be told to enable them prepare themselves for the creative business?
It is hard work. You're not going to blow immediately. If you blow immediately, you're in trouble. I'm telling you, you're not going to blow. It is steady growth. Maybe because, once again, I'm the daughter of an accountant. 1 + 1 must always equal 2. I know that this is TikTok generated and there's 20 million views, I get it. But fundamentally, in terms of the way the universe is structured, you must always take steps. Now, you can take one step today. It can be exponential. But it still has to follow a tandem. Because for every step you take, you have to grow. For every work that you do, you learn. You have to fail. You must fail. It is impossible for you not to fail. But you can fail forward. So you have an idea that didn't work, you learn something, then you build something. It is not easy. It is hard work like any other job. The creative industry is not easy, but you are lucky because you're doing what you want to do. How many people can say that?
Yeah, doing what you want to do. Thank you very much,
I wish you came live to the studio.
Yeah, we should bring her back.
I wish you did.
Tokwe, you should be live in the studio maybe some other time, right?
Well, it'd be great. Yeah, just let me know.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on the show. But before you go, your name is Tokwe Sunny. Is that also a Yoruba name?
Yeah, Tokwe Sunny, yes. It's Yoruba, yeah.
Okay.
Sunny is from Yoruba, yeah.
And you are from what part of the West?
Well, Ijebu-Ode and Abeokuta and some parts of the
Okay, so you're going to greet our viewers in the Yoruba language to tell them to keep having the creative business mind in Yoruba.
Love it. Yeah, I can. Ekaso eyi ara ile. Yeah. Ẹ wo television yìí láti máa kọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tó yẹ kẹ́ mọ̀ nípa creative industry nítorí pé ó ṣe kókó, ó jẹ́ wà important. So, àdúrà pé kí gbogbo wa ká wà successful in this industry.
Thank you.
That's right.
We expected that you were going to say the creative industry in Yoruba language anyways. The creative industry and the successful. You said them in Europe, in English. We wanted it.
That's it. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much
for joining us on the show. Okay, Amolo.
You have to do hard to like that.
Yes, you know.
It felt like when Kelechi came here, was it on Monday? Yes. And then he had to speak Igbo. And my head like Jesus. All right, but an interesting conversation. At some point when I was asking her the questions, and then her responses, each of them felt like they were talking to me.
Yeah.
And as a creative, there's so much available, and we're not even, there's no knowledge about it.
Yes.
There's no conversation around it. Thankfully, we've set up our system here that allows people to come and let us know about these things.
Right.
She did mention people don't even have conversations around this. People don't even know. We'll start in our own corner to fix the problem. However, it is telling that as a continent, we're lacking behind, not because some of the structures are not there. It's just that lack of information or even access to the information. Because if just a small community or small people know and are benefiting from it, the entire continent will not even survive. Yeah. We're prouding ourselves now like, oh, we have people who are winning Grammys. We have people but the groundwork is not sustainable. We've not even done it. Because, okay, give for example, in the next 10 to 15 years, can we boast to say we can now have 10 more people winning the Grammys? Okay, now we have like 2 or 3. Say 10 more people are winning the Grammys, or 20 of them, or 40 of them. Have we created that system? It could be the same person winning it over and over. It's not encouraging to the person behind. The person is like, okay, this is not the next person that's going to win it. Why am I even going to bother? Right? Yes. So we should not take accolades for the small wins, right? Yet. I'm not saying it's bad, but don't rest on the oars as they usually want to advise us. There's so much that are untapped. We're not even recognizing the opportunities that are there. Once upon a time, I don't want to mention the name, there's a streaming giant, one of the streaming giants. Once upon a time, they almost buy almost any film. They give you grants to producers to go and bring movies, and then they stream it. Right? At some point, they just sent one announcement. It was trending, I think it was 2 years ago, that they were no longer doing that. Because it looks like we're just giving them the same content. They give you guys money to go and put. Africa has so many things to talk about. And people will bring out the same content, and I have to buy it and show it. No. So they had to stop that. Although there are so many other reasons why they stopped that arrangement, but it was part of it. Yeah. Okay, look at most of the beautiful stories that came out of Africa, especially in terms of films, right? You could see some of them were told from, the kind of gods we had, or the kind of people we were, all those kind of history stories. Those stories will fly. Because a lot of people want to resonate with that. Not when you come and every day, just like you said, it's only one mother-in-law that wants her son to die.
Then even when we are telling...
It becomes so banal. You're telling the same thing over and over, just from different angles, different paces, but it's the same storyline. Yes. In music, the same thing. But over time, I said, project in the next 20, 50 years, are we going to still be telling these same stories? No, we start to make those changes from now.
Yes. And when we're telling our stories as Africans, we have to put in dignity. We should tell our stories with pride. I'm always saying it. When you watch the Marvel's production, you're watching Thor, you're watching their superheroes.
It's so weird.
They are projecting their
They
own
are
gods.
learning about Greek gods
So
in
don't
Africa.
tell me
And our kids know it, but they don't even know the gods of Africa.
You don't tell me that Amadioha is the god that will come and kill you because you stole yam. No.
It's so weird.
Negatively. So that is why these people, they see us and they say, we don't like cats because we have projected cats to be demons.
You know the irony? I had this very recent interview with Badebo Rhodes Viver, and he said, do you know I learnt more about Africa, the continent where I grew up till like secondary school, but I learnt more about Africa when I got outside the continent. Yeah. You don't even tell our stories enough. So it's that bad. When he said that, I had to shut up a bit. Like, he said, yeah, they have more compendium about Africa than we here. Yeah. They have more stories about us than we here. So if they sell any narrative to us, we're going to buy it because we don't even have any to answer it.
So we have to really tell our own stories and expand the creative economy. So Africa does not lack creativity.
Oh.
What it lacks are systems that reward it. So until policy, funding, and narrative align, creativity will continue to entertain the world while creators struggle at home. The creative economy is not soft power, it is economic power. If built right, the future of Africa's creative economy will not be decided by applause, but by who controls value, who owns the work, and who builds what lasts. Because influence without income is not success, it is leakage. That's how I come to the end of Just Africa, of today's episode of Just Africa, and we'll be here tomorrow again. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and ensure you subscribe to the Just Africa on all our YouTube channels. Till I come your way tomorrow, my name is Omivi Idolo. Thank you for watching.
Senegal stands tall as one of West Africa's most stable and forward-looking nations, a country where tradition and modernity blend with remarkable harmony. With its strategic location on the Atlantic coast, Senegal has long served as a gateway for commerce, diplomacy, and cultural exchange across the continent. From the historic island of Gorée, an enduring symbol of the transatlantic slave trade, to the vibrant streets of Dakar, pulsing with art, music, and entrepreneurship, Senegal's story is one of resilience, evolution, and pride. At the heart of Senegal's progress lies its democratic maturity. Often hailed as a beacon of stability in the region, Senegal has consistently demonstrated peaceful transfers of power and a robust civil society. This political foundation has allowed the country to focus on critical areas of development, including education, health, infrastructure, and innovation. The government's plan, Senegal Emergent PSE, launched in 2014, outlines an ambitious path towards sustainable economic growth, infrastructural development, and social advancement, positioning the nation as a rising force in West Africa. Senegal's economic landscape is diverse and expanding, from agriculture and fishing to digital services and energy. The country continues to attract foreign investment and regional partnerships. The new city of Diamaniadio, a flagship project under the PSC, is transforming into a hub for technology, education, and governance, reducing the strain on Dakar and symbolizing a vision of decentralized, inclusive development. Culturally, Senegal is a powerhouse. The influence of Sufi Islam, particularly the Mahrite Brotherhood, has shaped not only spiritual life, but also economic cooperation and communal cohesion. The nation's music, literature, and visual arts are internationally celebrated, with artists like Youssou N'Dour and filmmakers like Ousmane Sembene leaving indelible marks on global culture. This rich cultural identity reinforces a sense of unity and purpose, even amidst economic or political challenges. Socially, Senegal continues to prioritize youth empowerment and gender inclusion, with over 60% of the population under the age of 25. Investments in education, vocational training, and entrepreneurship are vital. Women's roles in politics, business, and civil society are increasingly visible and impactful, further strengthening national development. Senegal also leads in diplomacy and regional integration. It is a founding member of ECOWAS and plays an active role in African Union affairs and peacekeeping missions. This outward-looking approach reinforces Senegal's role as a stabilizing force and a champion of Pan-African ideals. With its deep historical roots, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to progress, Senegal continues to inspire a model of African development, grounded in cultural pride, democratic values, and inclusive growth. I am Moyasore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that, I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London, I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke, and he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year, I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there, I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think that those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978, 79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days, there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day. And NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance these fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive, hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they own Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, we know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you were paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mum, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and live. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well, and I put things in perspective, and I try to add value as I can. But as my mom used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part: collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters, as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She's an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the many people who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the many people say to God, please give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these many people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama. And it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something, actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think that's just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner. He's really a business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives, and that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer, you could be a filmmaker, you could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing, you could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, Learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture, actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly, I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be light to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African-American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays. And Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make worlds, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Cashcraft. I am Grace Komolafe. Today I have for you something that really looks ordinary, but it's more than how some people perceive it. This isn't just news. It's a wake-up call, a signal, especially if you live in or near Kayama, Kwara State, or you have any connection to the north-central zone of Nigeria. According to reports, the Kwara State Shell Butter Factory in Kayama is projected to create 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, officially confirmed by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Afiz Alabi. Now, this news isn't meant to bore you. It's a flashlight revealing something you need to tap into. Don't sleep on shell butter, and you ask me why. That's because this is not just a skincare ingredient. It is a multi-million-dollar global commodity, and it starts from the word shell 3. Shell butter is a natural fat extracted from the nut of the African shell 3, Vitellaria paradoxa, native to the savanna belt of West Africa. It's rich in vitamins A and E, packed with essential fatty acids and used in skincare and cosmetics, cream, balms, soaps, hair products, pharmaceuticals, chocolate industry as cocoa butter substitute. From Africa to America, France to Japan, shea butter is in demand. A metric ton of raw shea butters can fetch around 350,000 to 500,000 naira, depending on quality and volume. Processed butter can go for about 2,500 to 4,000 naira per kilo locally and higher when exported. In global markets, refined organic shea butter is gold, trading at $4 to $10 per pound, depending on certification. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of shea nuts, yet we are not making nearly enough from it yet. Are you still thinking it's a job not fit for you? Perhaps that's pride. Yeah, but here is the reality. Anyone can go into this, male or female, young or old, educated or not. It's not about the job title, it's about your operational model. Now let's take a look at ways to tap into the shea butter business. 1. Shea nut collection and selling. If you live near wild shea trees, you can gather and sell nuts in bulk to processors or exporters. 2. Local processing and packaging. With basic training and equipment, you can extract and sell raw shea butter to traders, beauty salons, or markets. 3. Skincare line startup. Infuse shea butter into soaps, body butters, hair food, lip balms, brand it, sell online or offline. Let's go to 4. If you are thinking export, then join cooperatives or secure necessary certifications like NOP Organic, Fair Trade, or EcoSat to export high-value shea butter. Now we move to 5. Value chain services. Offer drying, logistics, aggregation, quality testing, or training services in rural communities. If you are in Kwara and ignoring this, then you are sleeping on what could become your ticket out of poverty or your ladder to wealth. Kayama is becoming a hub, and the government is backing it with infrastructure and policy support. So why miss out? While this is not a professional advice, remember to do these things to get started. 1. Join a shea producer cooperative. Example, National Shea Products Association of Nigeria. You can search for a whole lot of them. Attend local trainings, workshops, often supported by NGOs and donor agencies. Start small. Even with 50,000 to 100,000 naira, you can begin processing locally, packaging neatly, label professionally, even if you're selling on Instagram. Now, research export guides from NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The Kayama Shea Butter Factory is only one part of the story. You are the next chapter. Don't let ignorance or pride rob you of this golden opportunity. Whether it's as a collector, a processor, or a brand owner, shea butter is calling. Will you answer? That's it on Cashcraft, where we turn everyday ideas into smart business moves. I am Grace Komolafe, helping you start up your day and making it count. Bye.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure they institutionalize democracy, and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging in these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the letter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also there are some things I am taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, population of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all others necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Cash Crafts. My name is Grace Komolafe. In Nigeria's agro space, palm kernel oil, PKO, is an underrated cash cow, quiet, consistent, and massively profitable, known for its wide use in the cosmetics, pharmaceutical, and food industries. PKO is extracted from palm kernels and is in the high demand, both locally and internationally. What makes this venture truly attractive is its accessibility. With Nigeria being one of the largest producers of oil palm in the world, palm kernels are readily available, especially in states like Ondo, Edo, Imo, Delta, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. And here is the kicker: nothing goes to waste. After extracting the oil, the cake left behind is sold as livestock feed. The shell, it fuels boilers or is sold to ceramic and brick industries. Every part of the process holds value. So, What makes PKO processing a powerful cash craft? High return on investment. You can process 1 ton of palm kernel to yield up to 400 liters of oil. Multiply that by market price, and you are looking at solid margins. Market demand. Soap manufacturers, beauty brands, bakeries, and exporters are always on the lookout for quality PKO. Side streams. Yes, palm kernel cake, PKC, is in demand in animal feed markets, and palm shell has commercial fuel value. Scalable startup. Begin with a mini expeller, 800 to 1.5 million naira, and scale as profits grow. If you are ready to dive in, here is what to consider. 1. The final role in the value chain. Processor. Now buy kernels, extract oil, and sell to local or industrial buyers. Again, broker, marketers. Link processors with big buyers. Earn by volume. Aggregator. Buy in bulk from rural producers. Clean and resell to processors. Moving to number 2. Set up your production. Machinery needed, that includes cracker, separator, kernel oil expeller, filter press. Yes, you need power source, diesel or electric motors. Just know your local power availability. Now, factory location, that's very important. Set up near kernel supply regions to reduce logistic costs. Now we go to 3, get quality supply and handle storage. Buy dry, well-preserved kernels. Avoid muddy or sour-smelling ones. Store in clean. Keep sacks away from moisture. And we'll move to 4. Connect with buyers. Yes, you will need to connect with beauty and skincare industries. Shell butter plus PKO is equal to good. Also locate soap factories and bakeries. Now, sell via online platforms. You can connect to exporters.ng and B2B portals. We go to 5. Understand regulations and packaging. Ensure hygienic NAFDAC compliance packaging if selling to food and beauty firms. Learn the rules for local transportation or export standards. And finally, palm kernel oil processing is a low noise, high profit business with deep roots in Nigeria's agricultural economy. With the right tools, connections, and product quality, you could turn this natural resource into a thriving year-round business. I am Grace Komolafe. This isn't expert advice, but it's a wake-up call. Don't just think, do it. In this business, your vision, precision, and consistency will bring you the cash craft you seek. I'll see you again.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. In this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune, and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up till now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes, you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just just on the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. A young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. You know, hospitality, I mean, Africa is hospitality, hospitality is Africa. You know, so all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, you know, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, you know, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just several rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them. You know, they believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, I mean, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around, that's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, you know, and all the, I mean, the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there is no process, you're just wasting your time. So there's, and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always leave where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They're not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training, they see a future in the organization. I mean, there's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You know, you don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you're entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there's nothing like leave. You know, you treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you know, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to that we consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, you know, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. We use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module, you have the restaurant and bar modules, you have the accounting module, the inventory module, you know, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All theirs is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payments. And as you make the payment, you reserve the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy, makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, there's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door. That's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? There's what you call, MasterCard, or floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, the kind of permit, the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with a guest card. Right from the report you see. And when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island, because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort, because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose. They are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS, and he saw the difference. Don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, Dubai. They've
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News Television. This is World News. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. Nigeria and UAE scrap tariffs on thousands of products, boosting trade and market access under new pact. Nigerian state spent 525.23 billion naira on security operations from 2023 to 2025, covering personnel, equipment, and logistics. Angola extends $1 billion JP Morgan debt to 3 years, secures $500 million more for economic support. Britain launches £45 billion rail program to modernize northern England, improve connectivity and drive growth. Nigeria faces Morocco in AFCON semi-final, aiming for 9th final and another continental title. Details in a moment. The federal government says Nigeria scrapped tariffs on 6,243 products imported from the United Arab Emirates, while the UAE has lifted duties on 7,315 Nigerian products. The move forms part of a new trade pact designed to widen market access for local goods and services. Details released by the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment show the agreement is the Nigeria-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement signed in January 2026. Officials say the deal reduces barriers, improves in competitiveness, and strengthens bilateral trade ties. The government says the pact will open opportunities for Nigerian exporters, manufacturers, and professionals, particularly in agriculture, manufacturing, and services. It adds that deeper integration with the UAE could boost non-oil exports, attract investment and support job creation as authorities pursue diversification and stronger positioning in global value chains. Officials say implementation will be phased with monitoring mechanisms to track impact and compliance nationwide across sectors. The federal government says operations have commenced at a high-purity gold refining plant in Lagos, marking a new step in efforts to strengthen Nigeria's solid minerals value chain. Officials say the facility will refine locally sourced gold to international standards and reduce reliance on exports of unprocessed ore. A statement issued on Tuesday by Segun Tomori, media aide to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, says the refinery will support transparency, traceability, and better pricing for Nigeria's gold. Authorities say it will also help curb illegal mining and boost formal sector participation. The government says the plant is expected to improve foreign exchange earnings, create jobs, and attract investment into the mining sector. Officials add that refining gold locally will deepen value addition, raise government revenue, and position Nigeria more competitively in global precious metals markets as reforms continue across licensing, regulation, and enforcement frameworks nationwide. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has praised President Bola Tinubu for intervening in the standoff with the federal government over members' welfare and deteriorating health sector infrastructure. The union says the engagement helped de-escalate tensions and reopen talks after weeks of disruption. NARD said its appreciation followed assurances conveyed by Vice President Kashim Shettima on behalf of the president, outlining commitments on salaries, training, and hospital upgrades. The intervention led to the suspension of the union's Total Strike 2.0, allowing services to resume nationwide. However, the doctors stressed the deal remains provisional and will be reviewed within 2 weeks to assess implementation and timelines. NARD warned it will reconsider its position if commitments are unmet, urging authorities to deliver quickly as patients, hospitals, and training programs continue to feel strain across the system. Public confidence and workforce morale depend on swift action, funding, monitoring, transparency, accountability, timelines, and delivery. The National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, and 9 other federal ministries, departments, and agencies are set to spend about 24 billion naira on software-related projects in 2026, according to budget documents. The allocations cover licenses, upgrades, cybersecurity tools, data management systems, and enterprise platforms across government. NIMC accounts for a significant share of the planned spending as it expands digital identity infrastructure and integration with public services. Other MDAs are targeting software to improve payroll management, revenue collection, records processing, and interagency data exchange. Officials say the investment aims to modernize operations, reduce manual processes, and strengthen service delivery. Critics, however, are urging tighter procurement oversight, clearer value for money benchmarks, and measurable outcomes to ensure the spending delivers efficiency gains, protects data, and avoids duplication across government systems. Lawmakers have requested periodic reporting, independent audits, and timelines to track benefits, cost, and compliance throughout implementation phases across all MDAs. The Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development has earmarked 7.46 billion naira for technology upgrades, staff training, safety measures, and operational reforms in 2026, according to the appropriation bill. Officials say the funding aims to modernize systems, improve efficiency, and enhance service delivery across the ministry. Planned projects include automation of registry systems, library services, and performance management, as well as deployment of a hybrid professional audiovisual conference system, e-library digitization, enterprise content management, and a statistical database. Authorities say the initiative will strengthen data analysis, decision-making, and reporting capabilities. The ministry says the investments align with broader efforts to improve operational efficiency, ensure compliance with safety standards, and support Nigeria's sustainable development goals. Officials add that training and capacity building for staff are central to the plan, ensuring technology adoption delivers measurable improvements in workflow, monitoring, and government across aviation and aerospace sectors nationwide. The World Bank has maintained Nigeria's economic growth forecast at 4.4% for 2027, signaling confidence in the country's medium-term prospects. The lender says reforms in foreign exchange management, fiscal adjustment, and energy pricing are supporting recovery as inflation and financing pressures remain elevated. It adds that stronger oil output, improving services activity, and gradual investment inflows could lift momentum if policy consistency holds. However, the bank cautions that structural bottlenecks, weak revenue mobilization, and high debt servicing costs continue to limit growth potential. Officials say sustaining growth will depend on deepening reforms, protecting the poor, and restoring investor confidence. Nigeria faces pressure to broaden its tax base, stabilize prices, and boost productivity as global conditions remain uncertain and financing costs stay high. The bank says timely implementation and credible communication will be critical to sustaining momentum through 2027 and anchoring expectations across households, firms, and markets nationwide sustainably. States across Nigeria allocated a total of 525.23 billion naira for security votes and related operations between 2023 and 2025, according to an analysis of approved budget documents. The funds cover personnel, equipment, logistics, and operational support across security agencies at state level. The data, compiled on Open States, a budget-backed platform for government budget information, shows wide variations in allocation, reflecting differences in security needs, population, and risk profiles. Analysts say the figures highlight the continuing priority of security spending across the country's 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Experts warn that while security funding is critical, transparency, accountability, and proper monitoring are essential to ensure effectiveness. They urge states to adopt clear reporting mechanisms, audits, and public disclosure to prevent misuse and improve results, particularly as citizens' expectations rise for tangible improvements in safety and protection nationwide. Still to come in the news, North Korea's Kim Jong-un, sister leader Kim Jong-un, said on Tuesday that South Korea's hopes for improving relations are an illusion that cannot be realized. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%. Driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics, NBC, indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city,
At the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I mean? I say Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. Angola has extended a $1 billion debt facility with JP Morgan for 3 years, up from the original one-year term, while also securing an additional $500 million in financing, the country's finance ministry said on Tuesday. The move aims to strengthen liquidity and support government spending amid economic pressures. Officials told Reuters that the new 3-year contract carries an interest rate within 8%. Slightly lower than the original facility, which was just under 9%. Authorities say the extension improves debt management and provides longer-term planning certainty. The ministry added that the combined facilities will fund priority projects, debt obligations, and strategic investments while supporting Angola's broader macroeconomic stability. Analysts say lower interest rates and extended terms reduce refinancing risk and borrowing costs, giving the government more room to manage public finances and maintain investor confidence during a period of global market uncertainty. The South African rand strengthened in early trade on Wednesday, boosted by record-high global prices. Analysts say the safe haven appeal of gold supported the currency, even as global investors remain cautious ahead of key U.S. inflation data. Markets are closely monitoring the indicators for signals on the Federal Reserve's next interest rate moves. Expectations of monetary policy adjustment in the U.S. have influenced emerging market currencies, including the rand, which often reacts to shifts in global liquidity and risk sentiment. Traders say gold's rally reflects both supply constraints and investor demand for stable assets amid economic uncertainty. The rand's gains highlight the interplay between commodity prices and local currency performance, with attention now turning to inflation reports and Fed guidance, which could shape trends for the rand, equities, and regional market capital flows in the coming sessions. Gold soared to a record high on Wednesday, while silver surpassed $90 for the first time, driven by rising geopolitical tensions in Iran and safe haven buying. Investors flocked to precious metals amid uncertainty over global markets and central bank policies. Concerns over the Federal Reserve's autonomy and future interest rate decisions added to demand for protective assets as traders weighed potential policy moves against recent softer inflation data. Analysts say the combination of geopolitical risk and economic uncertainty has intensified appetite for gold and silver. The softer inflation readings also fueled expectations of potential rate cuts, supporting further bullion gains. Market watchers say safe haven flows coupled with speculative positioning could sustain metals momentum in the short term as global investors reassess risk, hedge portfolios, and monitor ongoing geopolitical developments that continue to influence precious metal markets worldwide. And now, North Korea's Kim Jong-un, sister of leader Kim Jong-un, said Tuesday that South Korea's hopes for improving relations are an illusion that cannot be realized, state media KCNA reported. Her remarks signals continued tension on the Korean peninsula despite diplomatic overtures from Seoul. Kim, a powerful figure and director in North Korea's ruling party, criticized comments attributed to a South Korean official suggesting that Pyongyang might be open to talks after a reaction to a recent alleged drone incursion. She described such expectations as unrealistic and warned against misreading North Korea's stance. Analysts say the statement highlights the fragility of inter-Korean relations and the challenges of restarting dialogue. Observers note that while South Korea seeks engagement, Pyongyang continues to use strong rhetoric to assert its position, underscoring the ongoing risk of miscalculation and stalled diplomacy between the neighbors. Thailand's military continues to occupy civilian areas in Cambodia, with barricades made of barbed wire and shipping containers, raising tensions along the disputed frontier, Cambodian Foreign Minister Prak Sokhonn said. The incursions threatened the fragile truce reached last December after weeks of clashes between the neighbors. Up to 4,000 Cambodian families remain unable to return to their homes due to Thai occupation, officials say, highlighting the humanitarian impact of the standoff. The December agreement had temporarily halted fighting, but military presence in civilian zones undermines progress and complicates enforcement of the truce. Sokhonn warned that ongoing incursions risk reigniting hostilities, urging dialogue and restraint. Analysts say both governments face pressure to adhere to border agreements, protect civilians, and prevent escalation, while monitoring by international observers may be required to maintain peace and stability along one of Southeast Asia's most contentious frontiers. China's oil imports from Venezuela are expected to slump beginning in February as a U.S. blockade of sanctioned tankers curbs shipments to its top crude buyer, traders and analysts say. Only a handful of vessels are still en route after December's blockade, raising concerns about future flows to China, while global markets adjust to tighter logistics and supply risks. The drop follows a U.S. military-backed operation that seized control of Venezuela's oil exports and imposed sanctions aimed at pressuring Caracas, part of a broader confrontation that has disrupted traditional trade routes. Venezuelan volumes delivered to China averaged about 642,000 barrels per day in 2025, before the clampdown. Traders say Chinese refiners, especially smaller teapot operators that relied on discounted Venezuelan crude, may shift to alternatives such as Russia and Iran if flows remain stifled. Meanwhile, China's total crude imports still hit record highs in 2025, cushioning immediate impact, but keeping markets alert to further disruptions. Also, China reported strong trade results for 2025 on Wednesday, posting a record surplus of $1.2 trillion, even as shipments to the United States weakened following fresh tariff hikes by President Donald Trump. Officials said domestic manufacturing and stable commodity prices helped cushion external shocks. The figures reflect the lingering impact of last year's bruising trade war between Washington and Beijing, which at its peak featured reciprocal tariffs in triple digits and disrupted long-standing supply chains across both economies. Analysts say the standoff accelerated regional realignments and forced firms to reprice risk. Exports to the United States fell 20% year-on-year, while Chinese imports from the U.S. declined 14.6%, underscoring how higher duties reshaped trade flows, despite China maintaining overall export resilience through diversification into other global markets. Beijing says it will continue to support exporters and monitor talks with Washington closely as uncertainty persists into the second half of 2026 period. Still to come in the news, the Danish and Greenlandic foreign ministers are set to meet U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House today, following weeks of threats from President Donald Trump. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. Britain has announced a new rail infrastructure program worth up to £45 billion, that is $60 billion, targeting the north of England, a region historically hindered by underinvestment. Officials say the project aims to modernize transport, boost connectivity, and support economic growth across key northern cities. The program will fund new lines, station upgrades, signaling improvements, and capacity expansion while integrating high-speed and regional networks. Authorities say it will create jobs, enhance freight efficiency, and reduce travel times, helping to rebalance economic opportunities between north and south. Government officials say long-term benefits include stronger business links, improved commuter experiences, and reduced regional disparities. Analysts highlight that delivery will depend on project management, funding allocation, and coordination with local authorities, while observers note the investment signals a strategic commitment to modernizing the UK's rail infrastructure and fostering sustainable regional development over the coming decade. The World Health Organization, WHO, has urged governments worldwide to sharply raise taxes on sugary drinks and alcohol, warning that low prices and wide availability are costing lives. The agency says higher health taxes could curb consumption, improve public health outcomes, and ease mounting pressures on overstretched national health systems. WHO says sugary beverages and alcohol remain too accessible and too cheap across much of the world, contributing directly to rising obesity, diabetes, cancer, and injury rates. Officials argue pricing policies remain among the most effective tools government can deploy to influence behavior without restricting consumer choice. The organization says evidence shows health taxes reduce consumption of harmful products, prevent disease, and lower long-term healthcare costs. It is urging policymakers to act quickly, warning delays will deepen avoidable illnesses and strain budgets as health systems face growing demand from aging populations and lifestyle-related diseases globally today and beyond ahead. The Danish and Greenlandic foreign ministers are set to meet U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House today, following weeks of threats from President Donald Trump over control of Greenland, an autonomous Danish territory. Trump has repeatedly claimed that the strategically located mineral-rich island is critical to U.S. security, insisting the United States must take ownership to prevent Russia or China from gaining influence. The remarks have sparked diplomatic tensions with Copenhagen and SOUQ. Officials say the upcoming meeting will focus on security, sovereignty, and bilateral cooperation, aiming to diffuse heightened tensions. Analysts note Greenland's strategic importance in the Arctic and its mineral resources, highlighting why U.S., Danish, and Greenlandic officials are seeking a careful balance between national security interests and territorial autonomy in ongoing negotiations. China purchased fewer goods from Canada in 2025, marking the first decline since 2020, according to Chinese customs data released on Wednesday. Imports tumbled 10.4% to $41.7 billion from a record high the previous year, highlighting Beijing's economic leverage over Ottawa. The last decline occurred in 2020, when pandemic-related disruptions cut shipments by 22.3%. Analysts say the drop reflects both market conditions and broader trade tensions, signaling caution for Canadian exporters reliant on the Chinese market. The data was released hours before Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney arrives in Beijing, the first visit by a Canadian leader since 2017. The trip aims to narrow a years-long trade rift, which intensified in 2024 after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau imposed 100% tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles following U.S. policy, raising hopes for a new dialogue and improved bilateral economic ties. And now moving on to sports. Nigeria chases another landmark in Africa Cup of Nations history on Wednesday night, taking on tournament host Morocco in a high-stakes semi-final at the Prince Moulay Abdallah Stadium in Rabat. Victory will send the Super Eagles into a 9th continental final and keep alive hopes for another title. Morocco arrives with home support firmly behind them after an impressive run through the competition, while Nigeria have leaned on experience, discipline, and defensive solidity. The Super Eagles are chasing their first AFCON title since 2013, having fallen short in recent knockout appearances. Pressure will be intense in Rabat tonight. The semi-final places two of Africa's football heavyweights head-to-head, with tactical control and composure expected to decide the contest. Kickoff is set for Wednesday night, and a place in the final awaits the winner, as Nigeria seek history against a determined Moroccan side on home soil. Manchester City secured a 2-0 win over Newcastle at St. James Park on Tuesday night, with Antoine Semenyo opening the scoring and Ryan Cherki adding a late goal deep into stoppage time. The dual victory gives City an advantage heading into the second leg. The Carabao Cup tie is far from decided, as the return match is scheduled at the Etihad Stadium on Wednesday, 4th February. Newcastle will have a chance to overturn the deficit, though they face a challenging task against a dominant City side. The Magpies, defending champions, must recover quickly and find goals on the road to keep their hopes alive. Analysts say Newcastle will need tactical adjustments, composure, and clinical finishing to challenge City's control, while City aims to protect their lead and advance toward another Carabao Cup final. Now that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. Nigeria and UAE scrap tariffs on thousands of products, boosting trade and market access under new pact. Nigerian state spent 525.23 billion naira on security operations from 2023 to 2025, covering personnel, equipment, and logistics. Angola extends $1 billion JP Morgan debt to 3 years, secures $500 million more for economic support. Britain launches £45 billion rail program to modernize northern England, improve connectivity, and drive growth. Nigeria faces Morocco in AFCON semi-final, aiming for 9th final and another continental title. Thanks for watching the World News on SOUQ News Television. Do well to follow us on all social platforms. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem it to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
Oyeyemika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the word of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyemika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyemika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyemika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got executive management education certification in finance and business administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyemika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyemika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison & Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyemika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyemika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyemika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD, Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD/CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the Managing Director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amir Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. Your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyimika Adeboye sits on the Board of Trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyimika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyimika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today, women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the Board of Trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyimika is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyimika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyimika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well.
to your best, you know. Again, Ms. Aoshika talked about it, to the best of your ability. Do your best. What do I want to say? Yes, I said be ready to make sacrifices, but be mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, you know, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. You know, when you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You know, you have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say 3 things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. You know, and I say it boldly that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth
it. Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts her disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision-making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. You know. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the 1st cabinet in the 1st Republic, the 1st ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's 1st information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's 1st information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's 1st ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the 1st set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. System of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people But my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, SOUQ schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. Well, that's a big issue. I was...
Well,
would say he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian League over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. the sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abete, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now, for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums, such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.